Welcome to Shark Tank Shallow Waters Homeland Edition. This is going to be a pretty fun Saturday. And my name is Hax. I am sort of new to commentating, and I play for 11'8" Bridge. And I'm joined here with...
What's up, y'all? It's Yoshi God back at it with another commentary masterclass. I'm out here. I don't play for any teams anymore. I coach teams. I coach Chance Time. Have you heard of them? I used to coach PS. I used to be like terminally D9.
Used to
and
be.
D8. Used to be. Because you know what? Moody Seating Council, they already admitted they made a mistake. So you know what? I have to say used to be, all right? Because they admitted it. D said, and I quote, I saw the team name, and I said, D, and they thought D9, all right? All I'm saying, you can't be funny anymore, I guess. You can't be funny anymore. As we get into the map lists that are coming up slowly, we're currently going to be casting overtime versus
drinking your milkshake.
Exactly. I know, Hax, you know a little bit about these teams, right?
Yeah, I'm sort of familiar with drinking your milkshake. They are a West Coast team with a sister team on the East Coast called Eating Your Veggies. And Overtime has been playing in Shark Tank Shallow Waters for a little while now. They've gotten 4th and in 5th place a couple of times. So yeah, both two teams that have been around, been playing at the D7 skill cap level, and I'm excited to see how things go today.
Exactly. You know, a couple of returning sort of matchups here that you see a lot. I will say I do think I prefer the East Coast team because the East side is the best side, as all of us know for Splatoon. East Coast teams are better than the West Coast teams. We're going to see it in LCS later on Sunday, obviously, but you know, two teams that people are very familiar with, teams that you might be familiar with back at home. We are going into a best-of-3 format, so that means that there's 1 + 1 = 2, and if you get to 2 first, you do win, if my math is correct, Hax. Is my math correct?
Yes, your math is correct here, and it looks like our game 1 is going to be on Splat Zone's Mahi Mahi Resort.
Oh, Lord.
Matches on this map are so exciting. They either go back and forth, or it's like a really quick lockout straight to 100 points for whatever team is winning.
That's
Oh,
crazy.
that is such a volatile map to start on. My goodness.
That's crazy. You like this? I don't know. I'm like 50-50. If I'm winning on Mahi, I'm like this.
I don't like it.
I'm like
It's
I'm like
it's just a map that exists.
yeah. I'm like this is like if I win on Mahi, I'm like this is the greatest map of all time. But if I'm losing on Mahi, I'm like everything moves too much. The map is too small. It's not my fault, right? You gotta pull out the Johns immediately. The water level falling. I don't know. I think like you're gonna see a lot of those like sloshing weapons. You're gonna see a lot of those ledge weapons. Sort of poking at the zone and whatnot. So just kind of like you're gonna see a lot of those kinds of maps coming. Those weapon picks. That's for sure. So think of like your swords, your buckets, your yeah, that stuff like that. I think is probably what's gonna come out if I had to guess.
Yeah, I'm thinking about like the way that this map works, and like I think the big theme of this map is change. The water level changes, the game state changes very fast on this map, I feel like. So if your team is able to adapt to the change here, I think that's how you win on Mahi.
Exactly. And that's like the big thing, you gotta be able to like it's kind of like real life, sometimes stuff changes, you gotta like be able to sort of move on life, do different things. Is Splatoon an analogy for life? Is Mahi life? I don't know. What do you think, Hax? What do you think?
I'm sure you could write a paper about that, an academic paper.
Exactly. I could write such a long paper about that. I could write a great paper on this. It'll get published by every university what you could think of. I'm a very intelligent person, as the audience knows. Very intelligent, very smart person, right? And sure. I did promise one of my friends here, Zach, one of the worst LAN teammates I've ever played with, to talk about them for a couple minutes here. So I'm gonna, while we're waiting for the map to come up for us, let me talk about hacks. Let me talk about. I'm gonna talk about Zach for a little bit here. Zach from Break Zach's Meg. You might say he runs a good tournament, but he doesn't know how to play the game at all. I will say that. I hate this man so much. When you think about the worst players in the game, he's the first one that comes to mind. I remember he we were talking during the LAN, and he started making fun of me because I went like 5-13. He's like, "It's okay, champ. It's okay." And I'm like, man, he's in my head always 24/7. You know what I mean? He's just always in my head. It's tough. It's tough out here. You ever have a teammate like that, Hax?
Well, I'm gonna say you, but
Whoa! I'm a great teammate. Very sporting, very, very much the best teammate that people have, played with. Some people say I'm the greatest player of all time. They might be right, but I'm not trying to brag, But that being said, we do see the maps appearing on screen here. We start with Mahi zones. We go to tower control, ship shape. And then if we have to go to a game 3, Museum di Alfonsino on Rainmaker will be the compensatory map that we go to. So a couple interesting maps here. Yes. Certainly a difference in some of these maps and how they play.
Like and we're getting started
right
actually
into the game here. What can you tell us about these comps, Hacks, when they come up?
Well, I'll see them when they come up. Oh, we see an Ink Rush, Explode Dread. Very interesting. On the side of Overtime, and countered by Swiffer Dooley from the side of Drinking Your Milkshake.
Yeah, exactly. You see a lot of these. Well, not a lot of the ledge weapons that we thought we would see for sure. That is for sure, as we do see the Dread coming out and a Slosher, but nothing else aside from that, as we do see the first fight on zone here. One goes down with a bomb, the splat bomb from the Ink Rush, and now they're going to start pushing in Overtime as they are trying to play through that right side, but they have to clear out Snipe first if they want to keep moving. They aren't able to do so. Oh, wait, sorry. They are able to do so. Apologies, as now the backline is being pressured. They're getting all the way through the new spawn, and that should be a clean hold to start for the side of Overtime.
Yeah, really good start for Overtime here. Who knows, they may not actually need to play into Overtime here if they can sustain this lockout. Drinking Your Milkshake is a bit staggered, but it does look like they have the strikes. They have the strikes going out to try and take control of mid again. I'm not really sure if they have the support to actually take control of the zone, but they have plenty of time to work with, though. So the clock is ticking.
Exactly, a lot of time in the zone. Not in the zone, the tournament, though. This is Shark Tank, as we do see that drinking your milkshake does end up taking the zone. It ends up using more strikes to try to push back here. Now it's all about locking out. They are able to get one kill with those strikes, as we do see the heavy edit does find one on drop on the block. The rain coming down, though, they're going to have to play a little bit slower, a little bit disconnected from the front line as they like to be. It gives them space for overtime to play with here. The heavy edit still trying to find a way to find kills here. They do catch one sleeping on the drop as they are continuing to hold this area. Left side is again being held by that Swiffer. We do see them pushing back that Explo, excuse me, as they are trying to find ways to get in, but I just don't see a way into the game here for overtime. But I say that, and immediately they get a slider and a kill.
Oh my gosh!
And they are able to get zoned. Wow, what a crazy turn of events for overtime.
Oh my gosh, the game is... both teams are so close in points right now, and overtime is working hard to make sure they keep the control of the zone. Looks like they traded out the bucket. Oh, both teams are 2-2. Oh my gosh. Looks like we see the crab coming out from the side of drinking your milkshake. Oh, the reef slider did it. Oh, amazing work by the duelie there. And it looks like they're still fighting over the zone, and overtime takes control of the zone, but they have a lot of players down. They got to work hard to maintain this.
Exactly, they do have to work hard to maintain this, as drinking your milkshake does have the zone right now. They are looking to work through that penalty, but overtime is saying maybe not so much. Maybe they're going to try to add to that penalty. We do see the crab and the strikes coming down to sort of hold the push on from Snipe. They do have one down now on the right side here. The crab eking away, trying to find ways to impact the game, but unfortunately is unable to find one, as now they're getting chipped out by the Explo. The race finished the kill, and now it's on the side of overtime to get a kill. But the rush unfortunately goes down to the right side. They can't push out the Explo on that snipe that is keeping everybody at bay, but they are able to take out the front line, and that bubble is making it so that they can actually now fight the snipe. Now the right side, now the snipe is completely open. They are able to push out from there, and now it's time to defend on the side of drinking your milkshake. In overtime, with a small lead, hopefully trying to retake here.
Yes, and while I was looking at the game, I did notice that overtime doesn't have a cooler on their team, which you don't see a lot of, but you know that I don't know, that's just something that's done. Oh wait, yeah,
no cooler.
Yeah,
is
like, sorry, I think the team colors are swapped on the UI, but it's okay. I got a little confused for a minute, but anyways, we see the Swiffer over here trying to fight the zone. We see the bubble, the reef. Oh, and that's almost a whole wipeout there. Oh, there it is. There's the wipeout. They're going into the base. Oh my goodness.
Exactly. Going into the base indeed is drinking your milkshake. Excuse me, the colors are swapped right now, so forgive me if I make a couple mistakes here, as drinking your milkshake is trying to find a way to get back into this game here. They are trying to find a way to push back in. Let's see if they're able to do anything here. They are unable to go through the right side here. The crab is trying to find a way to poke out maybe the back line and separate a little bit, but they go down. There's no impact so far coming from there, but they don't see the launcher on site. There's 12 seconds left. They just need to hold on for a little bit longer, but are unable to do so. They do get the trade, though, with the reef slider. The bubble goes down. Are they going to be able to retake the zone here, though? It is a 3-on-3 on zone. They are fighting for it still. They don't have control of Snipe, which has been a key part of this game for the entire game. The Slosher is going to try to poke them out, though. They are going to try to get them out of flat. They are able to do so. The rays are coming down. Everything is going down, and unfortunately, it's a little bit too little, too late, and game one is wrapped up.
That was a very fun game to watch there. Like I said earlier, this map can go back and forth or a quick lockout, and yeah, it looks like we did go into overtime. And that's a victory for drinking your milkshake.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Dipping
apologies if we ever got the team names wrong there because of the color swaps, but hopefully that can be fixed. And Looks like game 2 is on Ship-Shaped Cargo Co. If I remember correctly, Yoshikad, you don't really like this map, do you?
No, I don't. I don't like a lot of maps in Splatoon 3, actually. If you've heard my commentary on SOS and on the other map pool, I always say take half the maps out. But you know, today I maybe actually a Ship-Shaped Tower. It's one of the better ones out of the ones I always seem to. I seem to criticize here and there, as Ship Tower does have a couple of interesting areas you can play through. Obviously, the drop on right provides some interesting cover, and having some pressure through the middle also is something, you know, that with those longer angles and playing around some of the cover is something that can be pretty interesting. I'm curious to see if any more longer range weapons come out, and maybe some more weapons that are more vertically inclined to play off those left and right ramps and potentially try to shove them off those ramps.
Yeah, this map can be pretty tricky. It's a lot of like open air space, so I think we'll definitely see that crab dually again. Definitely the strikes, and yeah, I'm excited to see how this match goes. I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of openings these teams will take here. Because I mean, they seemed pretty evenly matched in terms of skill last game, so it could really go to anyone here.
Exactly, yeah, very evenly matched. Kind of went down to the wire, obviously, that game. So curious to see if something similar happens, or maybe it's more of some of a throttling, some might say, for one team. It's curious to see what's going to happen. We are waiting for two people to hit the A button, maybe some last-minute conversations about what weapons to pick, and maybe what strategies to use, as we are going to get into it slowly. And there we are. Let's take a look at these weapons.
All right, game 2 on Ship-Shaped Tower Control. Oh, we see the E-liter scope. A bamboo explode. Oh, this is exciting. I'm excited for this.
Yeah, exactly. Very interesting weapon picks. A little bit of midline hell from the side of Drinking Your Milkshake. And overtime, electing to go for the standard leader, perhaps seeing some samurai clips and wanting to emulate some of that as we get into the first fight in mid here. We do see two on the right side of Drinking Your Milkshake trying to find a way to poke around at the dualies here. They are wolfing back. They are going to play for that crab early, and they are going to try to find some impact on that front line, but the splashdown goes down, and one goes down, unfortunately, on the right side when they are trying to push in. They're both weak, though. One bomb will do the job, but they do get back into safety, as we do see the strikes now coming out from the side of overtime, trying to find a way to break in. Unfortunately, the dualies does get caught out on the left side, and now it's a freight train that's going to come in on the side of Drinking Your Milkshake. They are going to go through the right. Here comes the Booyah Bomb. Here comes the stamp, but the Kraken is going to counter that. They're going to have to walk back, but they do get the tower first. And the first bit of points are going to go to the side of Drinking Your Milkshake.
Yes, Drinking Your Milkshake is set up here for a very good push. Oh, but two members just went down. Oh boy. Lavender is backing up here, and overtime is wasting no time at all to get control of tower, trying to get back into mid. Take control again. We see the strikes coming out, and Bucket does go down. And Drinking Your Milkshake is just setting themselves up to defend here, trying to get overtime out of mid and get control of tower back.
Exactly. They are going to try to get control of tower back, as we do see, again, another fight ensuing in mid. This seems to be the common theme in these maps, just a lot of fighting in mid, as we do see, unfortunately, the Expo does go down, but not before they get traded out for the zap. It is a 2-for-1 trade, so not exactly the best thing you want to see from overtime, as they are down one member, as the leader is going to try to back up and try to find a way to even out the numbers, but they do get back in time overtime. And now overtime has space, and the leader hits a clutch shot in mid. Ooh. Now there's one caught out. It's the Luna Blaster. Can they get him? They can get them too. There's one more down on the side of Drinking Your Milkshake. 3 down on the side of Drinking Your Milkshake, and overtime now in the driver's seat.
Yes, it looks like overtime is going to take the lead here. They do. And Drinking Your Milkshake now has to get control again. And oh, the Booyah Bomb takes out two people from the side of overtime. And the favor has shifted into Drinking Your Milkshake now has the advantage here. We do see the counter strikes coming out from overtime, but it's not enough with Lavender's splashdown taking out some of the members of overtime there. and it looks like they're setting themselves up to get lead once again. And yeah, they're in a really good spot right now. You see Mar riding the tower here, trying to pick out any members with the Swiffer. And that's the lead swap.
Yeah, I think that is the lead swap for Drinking Your Milkshake. Once on the back ropes now, trying to find a way to maybe extend the lead here that they just got. They're at 43 right now, but unfortunately the Zap is unable to create a second frog to the attack, as we do see a splashdown now charged up from the Explo, and they do elect to use it. They're at 1 HP on the left side drop, and they are able to get them, as now Mar is left on their own, unfortunately, on tower, but their teammates come to help. Are they going to be able to break this checkpoint? It's a hard one to break. It's right next to a stronghold, and they are able to do so. Now the Zap, playing that two-prong attack, as we saw earlier, is able to get two. Excuse me, not the Zap. It is the Pro. They are able to get a Booyah Bomb down. Are they going to be able to take the win, the lead, the game, potentially the set, maybe? I don't know if it's the set win, but Drinking Your Milkshake is able to win and able to take game 2. And that is a set. I'm never wrong.
Yes,
I'm always
very. Yeah, it's play all 3. Very good games there from the side of Drinking Your Milkshake. Yeah, once the tower gets to like 15 or 10 points remaining, it is so hard to come back from that. It's just so close. You only need a couple people there for just a little bit of time to take the win, the knockout win there. I haven't seen a lot of teams like able to come back from that like 10 points remaining on TC ship shape.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard to do. Hold on one second. But yeah, it is a hard thing to do, as we are getting into our next map here, Museum de Alfonsino and Rainmaker. An interesting map, for sure. I don't know. I've had mixed experiences on this map. Sometimes I really like it. Again, it's usually when I win, I really like it. But fighting for ramp is definitely a key part of this map, as well as keeping that mid space. I don't know, Hax, do you have any other thoughts on this map?
It's certainly a map in the game. There's a lot of strategies that you can use for your opening here, like on one of my previous teams, Flood Warning, like we would have 2 people drop on the right side and just take control of the other team's plat to just completely wipe them out. And if that fight wins, we have control of mid. If that fight loses, then the other team gets checked for free. But but yeah, there's a lot of things you can do here. If someone drops on the left side, that would be so cool. But
it would be cool. It's the aggressive play. It's the sexy play, some might say. The play that we all want to see. Okay. You know, it's like when you're playing chess, you have that one move, you sacrifice the rook, as some might say in the chess community, and you get that crazy sequence that you see and you post it on your Twitter account. You know, it's something that's that we've all been through for sure, as we are going to be getting into Museum de Alfonsino here. I mean, it is one of those things that, like, I feel like if you play that left side drop, there is a lot of value to be gained here, as we are getting into this map.
Yes, and let's see. All right, Overtime is sort of keeping a similar comp, and so is Drinking Your Milkshake. All right, is anyone going for that left drop? I have to know. Okay, no one is, but that's okay. That's okay. All right, it looks like Drinking Your Milkshake does win pop here, and we see the dually trying to defend the right side, trying to keep that pain up. Drinking Your Milkshake, I think they're just looking for the right opportunity to get in here, and trying to push back the other team with their sub weapons, their specials. We do see the I did hear the cooler, and we do see the crowd coming out from Overtime here, trying to get picks, trying to get space. Although it's hard to fight back against the rain there. You can't really do anything about rain. Oh, we do see one go down on the side of Drinking Your Milkshake. And we see the bucket jumping out, trying to get picks. And Overtime picks up the rain and gets the... yeah, they do get the first checkpoint here.
Unfortunately, a little too late, just a bit short of the checkpoint. They are at 61, a potential to get the checkpoint here, as they are able to dunk it, much like LeBron James did on the Rockets last night, 2-0 the series there, in case you are curious, as you see the Luna Blaster in mid, trying to chip out, trying to find a way in. Unfortunately, it's being bombed out, and push down. Now they're trying to get him some more. The Dualies hits a rare fall-off kill and does end up taking him out, but Drinking Your Milkshake does have the Rainmaker, and they are looking to push, as we do see the strikes go down on the side of Overtime. Lavender poking around, trying to find some AoE shots as the Crab is focused on them. They unfortunately can't avoid it as they do go down, and the Luna Blaster, maybe one more flank, maybe one more opportunity for them, elects to go back and try to play for their flat, and this hammer should take out the Rainmaker. It does just barely. Almost missed it, and just like that, you know, the double kill coming from them, and now Drinking Your Milkshake has a chance to respond.
Yeah, I could tell that Overtime was trying really hard to get rid of that Luna whenever it popped up, because like a Luna Blaster on the run. Oh my gosh, Overtime is taking the Rainmaker. Oh, they don't quite get it, but they did score a lot of points. Like that's what I keep telling people to do in Rainmaker. Like, even if you won't win, if you can move that fish and inconvenience the other team, that is a good thing to do.
Exactly. It sort of relieves the pressure, as we've all read in our documents that we sometimes read every now and then. I usually skim them, unfortunately, because I don't read too well. As we do see Overtime, their Slosher is trying to find a way back into this game. They are able to get one kill on the Charger, but the Luna Blaster stays alive here. And now they're going to try to find a way to pressure the back line with their Fizzies. As now they're going to go to the ramp and try to fight some more. Are they going to be able to find a way in? I don't think so. As the Pro goes down on their side, they are trying to find a way back in, but it seems like they're just getting walled out right now, Drinking Your Milkshake.
Yes. Overtime did get the pop again, and this Luna player is just going crazy. Gets the assist on the Crab Tank, keeps throwing out Fizzy Bombs, keeps throwing in those hammers. They do get another pick. Oh my gosh, this Luna is going crazy, especially with the rain and the Booyah Bomb to support it. And it looks like Drinking Your Milkshake does break the checkpoint. This game is not over yet. There might be a minute 30 left, but it's not over. Drinking Your Milkshake is still putting up a strong fight against Overtime.
Exactly. As they say, it's not over till the fat lady sings, but in this case, it's the giant fish that the two teams are carrying, as we do see the Rainmaker is trying to find a way around the spinner, but unfortunately gets shut down by the members of the team that are around it. But the strikes come down, and unfortunately, it just kind of clips him. Excuse me, it's the Rainmaker explosion, and now they're charging forward. Are they able to they're able to extend their lead just by a little bit from 38 to 30, and now the Rays come out. They're going to try to just take this Rainmaker off of flat, I would assume. The Bamboo does find one. Are they going to be able to find more? Let's see. They are. Yes, the combination of the Bamboo and the rest of the team is able to get rid of the man who was in flat, and now the Rainmaker resets, and potentially one last push for Drinking Your Milkshake. We'll just have to wait and see.
Yes, we do see two active specials. Two active specials on the side of Drinking Your Milkshake. They have the Whale, they have the Hammer. Two really good specials for getting kills and just forcing other people away. Looks like the Luna and the Bucket are fighting here. They get the trade right in front of the Rainmaker here. Drinking Your Milkshake, they can't rush this. They need to make sure that they're set up properly to score like basically 30 more points to try and take the lead here. And Drinking Your Milkshake takes it up, but they go down, and I think without any overtime play, that is going to be the win for Overtime. Really impressive game there. Like, it's hard to come back from losing the first two games, but hey, if you can get the third, that's great. It's always good to end a set. It's always good to end a set that way.
Exactly, and the great words of Paul George, no OT tonight, and there was no overtime in this game, as the last game does go in the favor of Overtime. That does help in their tiebreaker efforts in the pools bracket. While they may have gone down right now, they thankfully have 3 more rounds, so potentially that game in hand is going to be crucial in some tiebreakers as they try to make it to the gold bracket, right? It's the gold bracket, the gold shark bracket, excuse me, of Shark Tank, as we do see them go and advance on. But I have to ask you, Hax, do you need a break, or should we keep talking as we get into the next game here? What are we thinking?
I think I would like a break here. This was a really fun set to cast, and We will be back very shortly. Don't go anywhere with some more Shark Tank action.
Hello and welcome back to Shark Tank here. This is Shark Tank number 9. Is it number what number are we on, Hax? Can you remind me?
We're on Homeland Edition number 9.
Homeland Edition number 9, exactly. Homeland Edition number 9. Unlike your locally televised network, this does not have Barbara and Mark Cuban on it. Unfortunately, it's just me and Hax here delivering you some Splatoon commentary as we're getting into round 2 of our group stage. We have Emperor's Gambit versus Crippling Imperial. Imperial. I don't know names. I don't know who these people are. Do you know who these people are, Axe?
I'm not familiar with anyone here, but I'm excited to see how this set starts on Clamblitz, Barnacle, and Dime. This map just requires a lot of coordination, and so does Clamblitz in general. Just how it fundamentally works. Like, I feel like Clamblitz is a really good test, especially for low-level teams to see their coordination in opening the set on this. Wow, that's
That's what.
Yeah,
that's what.
I can't wait to see what
Say it,
happens
Hax. Say it.
What? What?
I'm just trying. You hesitated for a second.
I know.
Barnacle Dot. It's one of those maps. It's something that you gotta. It's one map that I really like playing a lot myself because you have that very easy access to plat, and it kind of the map sort of plays to the aggression of the other team. If you're able to take that ramp and go through plat and able to kind of dictate the other team's backline a little bit, as opposed to other maps where you kind of have to play through mid a little bit more. You got to be a little bit careful, or you got to go through those normal shindig, if you will, where you gotta play through mid. You have to win the fight in mid. This map, you can kind of, like, if you have the weapons for it, you can force your way through there. Also, as my good friend Joe Cara has said to me in the past on comms, that we have to go through the edge of the map. You have to edge the other team in order to win here. So that's kind of the two things I've been looking for, at least after I've commentated with Joe Cara. I'm curious, is it a similar kind of vibe for you, or is it a little different?
Yeah, Barnacle and Dime, it can be tricky to move through here. It can be lockout heavy. Sorry, my mind's totally blanking here, but I'm excited to see how this match goes. Let's see how these teams did round 1.
You see a little history here. Let's see what they're up to.
All right.
My computer unfortunately crashes if I open too many tabs.
Oh. All right. Emperor's Gambit did win their first round 3-0 versus Clippy Studio Painters, and Crippling Imperial. They also won their round 1 match 3-0. So it's pretty early, but two contenders for gold bracket already, technically, by looking at the leaderboard here.
Exactly. It's 1-0 versus 1-0. You never know. Maybe one of these guys are potentially gonna win the bracket. They're the 8th seed, the 10th seed, maybe the outside favorites, but in tournaments that are a little lower level, the outside favorite tends to also have a better chance at taking the crown here, as the skill levels are a little bit closer. So maybe potentially two teams that could win the tournament, as we are getting in to our first map, Clamblitz, Barnacle, and Dime. Let's see what the comps are as we take a panoramic look of the map.
Yes, looks like we see the sword in the V heavy from the side of Emperor's Gambit, and a blaster and leader from Crippling Imperial here. We're seeing both of the teams open here now. It does look like Emperor's Gambit is the first team to start establishing control of mid here, and Crippling Imperial is kind of holding back. It looks like Emperor's Gambit has a lot of control here. Oh, but the V heavy does go down. That could be rough for them. Oh, 2 down on the side of Emperor's Gambit. Oh gosh. And Crippling Imperial does have a power clam ready to score when the time comes. Oh, and we hear the reef slider coming out. Oh, Crippling Imperial has a lot of control here. If they can move in fast enough, they could score, but it looks like they decided to play it safe.
Exactly. They are going to play it safe as we do see them jumping back in, crippling Imperial. They've gotten 2 down, but they're able to recover pretty nicely here. They're going to go for another push here as we do see them starting to put pressure on the plat as that splashdown does end up getting 1. They are going to try to chase down that sword player to get another. They are 2 down. That's 3 down, 4 down immediately from crippling Imperial. They are going to get the power slam in. Now it's about scoring. It's about keeping the pressure on as we do see Banana putting in more clamps. 47 for a first push. Massive start for crippling Imperial. That's 41, 38, 35. They are coming down though, Emperor's Gambit. They are going to try to stop them in their tracks. Unfortunately, just able to do so is Emperor's Gambit. And just when we thought potentially there would be a 100-0 push, Emperor's Gambit does find a way to claw their way back and put that 35-point penalty on crippling Imperial.
Yes, really great play there from crippling Imperial. A strong lead like that this early in the game can be pretty intimidating to fight back against, but it looks like crippling Imperial is trying to sneak their way back into the basket there. As we see Banana, the blaster player. Oh, it looks like they're ready to score again. Oh my gosh, the splashdown takes out 1. Oh my gosh, this blaster is going crazy right now. Oh, someone else scored in the Powerball. It looks like they're still jumping and still holding on to it. But it does look like Emperor's Gambit does lock them out here as the heavy reestablishes the control of mid.
Exactly, the heavy does establish control of mid as they are looking for Emperor's Gambit to sort of strike back here. They've been throttled with the first 2 pushes, but wanted to come back to this game. But unfortunately, the flank for the blaster is able to just discourage any kind of push that's going on. The Zap is the last one up, but they're going to jump to them. And now the pressure is on Emperor's Gambit to once again defend like their life depends on it. 44 is the score that they need to get in order to win it for Imperial, as the Zap is trying to wait for their teammates to come in. They are able to get 1, and that's the second one from the side of the crippling Imperial. They get a 3rd now, and now the push is on. The push is on for the arrow spray as they are trying to push in, trying to find a way for their teammates to get in and maybe compensate for their range differential that they can't really overcome right now. And they are able to push them back to the left side. Now they see a way in, but unfortunately they don't see the carpet roller as they are able to take them out immediately. 4 left, unfortunately, on the side of crippling Imperial. And just like that, what seemed like maybe a potential chance for Emperor's Gambit got shut down and turned into a push for crippling Imperial. They take the game 1-0. It's a set 1-0.
Yeah, very good game there from the side of crippling Imperial. They just played that out so wonderfully, but I mean but next round the mode is changing, the map is changing to Splat Zones Robo Ramen. We could see crippling Imperial come back here. You know, maybe for some teams, Clan Blitz is just not the mode that works for them. Some teams like zones, some teams like Clan Blitz. So the set's not over yet. It just started. Anything could happen here.
Exactly. As we go into one of my maps that I really like is Robo Ramen. You know, it's one of these maps that, you know, I will say, like, it has a lot of short range angles. It has those long range angles on snipe and stuff, but like, you know, I personally like playing through those short range angles because you have a lot of cover to play around and kind of nullify those range defects that you could potentially be facing with a short range gun like Splash that I normally play. And on top of that, you have some walls you can shoot over if I want to play like my Dreadrigger. It's kind of a map that plays around my weapons well, so I've always been a huge fan of it.
Yes, I'm also a big fan of Robo Ramen zones, or just Robo Ramen in general, really. Like, I even enjoy the Rainmaker and the Clan Blitz variants, sometimes Tower, but I know that's like a tricky map that you don't really see in a lot of tournaments. Yeah, when I open on Splat Zones Robo, I normally try to drop right and pull attention. And oh, it looks like our round is starting.
Exactly, the round is starting. It's Robo Zones. Emperor's Gambit does need to win this in order to keep this a set that they can win. Curiously, what do you think about these comps, Hacks? What are your thoughts on these comps?
Well, I think keeping the blaster keeping the blaster on blaster is definitely a good idea here. They were doing a lot of great things last game. I think in terms of paint output, both teams are pretty evenly matched here, and opening Gambit does take hold of mid, and oh, they did the little sprinkler trick under the ramen bowl. I love that. It's just such a cheeky thing to do. Like, it's hard for a lot of weapons to reach it, and it just paints the zone for free. But it looks like our blaster does take out 2 people here, and is helping their team push up into Emperor Gambit's spawn here. And looks like our Aerospray is building up a Reef Slider. They have it ready for whenever Emperor's Gambit decides to drop down. Takes down the Heavy, sends the Reef Slider out, gets another, and the Flow Aura is... And we've got an Aerospray with the Flow Aura here. Oh my god, this is an insane opening.
Exactly, a crazy opening, but Emperor's Gambit is not quite out yet. They are going to try to push that Flow Aura. Aerospray back. They are walking back now, as we do see the leader staying in, trying to find one last shot before they back off, and unfortunately are unable to find it. Now here comes the specials on the side of Emperor's Gambit, the Wave Breaker, the Zuka, but 2 go down for the Reef Slider. The Aerospray with the Flow Aura says no thank you, and what we thought might be a back and forth affair, not so much. 10 seconds left for Emperor's Gambit. They do have a last remaining hope. The sword is trying to find Saint onto zone, but it's too little, it's too late, and unfortunately, while it is play all 3, the set does go in favor of Crippling Imperial.
Yes, Emperor's Gambit fight isn't over though yet. They could, you don't know, they could take game 3, or they could take the set after this. Yeah, really good game again from Crippling Imperial. I think they have just a lot of aggression that Emperor's Gambit just needs to learn how to adapt to if they want to take game 3.
Exactly. The pressure might be getting to them both in game and out of game. Maybe the gold bracket pressure is starting to get to them. It's a prestigious award here at Shark Tank Shallow Waters, as we are getting to map 3, Hagglefish Market, Tower Control. Again, another map I personally like. You know, this is a good one. See, these are maps that are cool, in my opinion. You know, these are the cool maps. I don't know if the audience differs on my opinion, but these are the maps that I like to play personally.
Yeah, the quote-unquote D2 opinion, as you like to say, right?
Exactly. I did coach a D2 team, so, I mean, you know, have you, viewer, coached a D2 team? I don't know.
Yeah, it does look like our teams are readying up here for Hagglefish Market, Tower Control. I feel like both teams have really good comps for Tower Control here. Like, you have the leader, you have the blaster, you have the sword. All really good tools for fighting in Tower Control here, so I'm really excited to see how this game plays out. Will Emperor's Gambit be able to take this game back, or will Crippling Imperial continue their win streak? We shall see very soon.
We will see. We will see soon, you know, and it's curious to see, you know, you're in these situations, you know, as a team, I understand, I've been here before several times as someone who's been D9 last season. You lose a lot of games and you get these ruts of sorts, you know, it's a play all 3. You don't want to play the 3rd game, but you have to think of it as a learning experience. You know, if you quit here, then you're never going to make it as a team, right? You got to keep fighting, yes. You got to keep pushing, and this is the time to keep pushing for Emperor's Gambit as we do get into map 3 here.
Yes, let's see what comps we have on the side of Emperor's Gambit. They add in the Carbon Roller. I don't think that was there before. It looks like Crippling Imperial is keeping a similar strategy here, swapping the Silver Aerospray for the gold. Booyah Bomb makes a lot of sense here. And, looks like Emperor's Gambit is getting to mid as fast as they can. And it looks like both the zaps on either side are in their own spots, painting up a cooler here. We do see HP Banana making a smart jump here, trying to get picks. They get 1, they get 2. That's a wipeout on the side in favor of Crippling Imperial here. This blaster is wasting no time at all to try and rush up into their spawn. Goes back to the soda. Oh, it's a skinny drink. Crippling Imperial is in a really good spot here right now.
Exactly at a great spot as we do see the double kill coming from the splashdown right there. The triple coming in, maybe a quad.
Oh
Yes,
my
it is.
God!
A quad. That's going to be on Blue Sky later. Somebody tag me if you are going to clip that and put it on Blue Sky later. Please do so. I need followers any way I can. But while the quad does come through, not a lot of positive positioning coming to the side of Crippling Imperial, and it gives Emperor's Gambit a chance to come back. As we do see, they're looking for more. They're looking to add to the clip. Unfortunately, 30 seconds elapsed, so the clipping software will not get it all. They're going to have to go to the screen, and a triple comes inside on the side of the blaster as they are able to push for more. They're at 64 seconds right now. They're going to try to get some more points here as the blaster going on a crazy kill streak. While it was cut off by a death in the middle, they are able to get a huge streak here that does change the game tremendously for the side of Crippling Imperial.
Yes, oh my gosh, Crippling Imperial, that blaster, the name is Banana, I believe. They have been going so crazy in this game. I really want to see what the KD is after this. Like, they just let this blaster go crazy, and it can take all the space that they want. It's a beautiful thing. And we see the Booyah Bomb coming out from the side of Crippling Imperial, trying to hold the space, trying to hold that tower. And oh my god, the aerospray. Yeah, shout out to this blaster too. Shout out to this aerospray as well for navigating that fight.
Exactly, navigating that fight, much like the GPS you see in your car as another wipeout comes on the side of Crippling Imperial. We do see a lot of these wipeouts, but Emperor's Gambit, kudos to them, keeping it together and finding ways to make them keep fighting for these checkpoints as they haven't gotten past the second checkpoint yet. As we do see the Zap fighting onto Zone, trying to find a way to kill the other Zap, but is unable to do so. Now the heavy-headed drops down and is unable to get a kill too. They're all dying one-on-one. They're all dying by themselves. Another death coming from the side of that splashdown. Now they have to reset. They do get past checkpoint 2, but there is one more checkpoint left. One more chance for Emperor's Gambit to fight back and claw their way into this game as the heavy-headed is putting shots onto the tower, trying to find ways to make this game work, but unfortunately it's going to be too little too late, but I say it too soon as Emperor's Gambit with 1 point left, clutch and ice in their veins, they're able to prevent the KO, and just like that, a chance at redemption in this game.
Yes, Crippling Imperial, they had some really good pushes in the beginning, but Emperor's Gambit said, no, we're not done yet. The pressure is on now. They have to knock out in order to take this last game, and they do secure the numbers advantage. But they need to get on tower soon if they want to set themselves up for a knockout. Even if they go back and forth, like getting those points, clearing the checkpoints is still beneficial for them. We do see the carbon roller up on the side of Emperor's Gambit. They did have the full aura. Oh, how did they live that? What?
It's a mystery how they lived that. Unfortunately, they are going to wipe here, but we've seen them in these scenarios before. They have been able to come back and push them back and make them so they can't KO. So curious to see if they can do a similar thing here. We see that blaster that's hit so many clips today is able to trade for themselves, but they aren't able to get enough kills to get the KO. The carbon roller gets 1, 2, 3. Can they get a 4th? They are unable to escape the clutches. That is known as the splashdown. And now Crippling Imperial has one more shot to KO. They have a Booyah Bomb. This is the chance to come back in. Are they gonna get the KO here? They do get one off the Booyah Bomb, but they trade out for the heavy edit. It's one left, and they are in a Booyah Bomb right now. 2 Booyah Bombs around. Booyah Bombs array. Are they able to get another one? No, they're not. The sword, and that should be game over unless Emperor's Gambit has something to say about it. They do not. Crippling Imperial does get the game, the set, and the 3-0.
What an exciting set to watch. Crippling Imperial, they just kept the aggression up, they kept the objective play going, but Emperor's Gambit fought really hard. Like sure, the set says 3-0 for Crippling Imperial, but that doesn't take away from the fact that Emperor's Gambit did put up a strong fight against this team.
Yeah, especially at that ending game there. Was very close towards the end. Was able to shut down the first KO attempt and the second one, but the third one, as they do say in the streets, third time's a charm, and third time is not lucky for Crippling Imperial. So unfortunately, they are going to be dropping down to 1-1. Imperial, does not drop to 1-1. Emperor's Gambit drops to 1-1, as Crippling Imperial drops to 2-0 as we are going to get getting into our second break here of the broadcast. Stay tuned as we are going to get into game 3 of pools, and yeah, we'll see you then.
Welcome back to Shark Tank Shallow Waters Homeland Edition. We are live with round 3 of the Swiss stage. We have 5/4 Encore versus Now's Your Chance to Be a Big Shot, playing on Rainmaker's Scorched Gorge. Both teams are 2-0 right now, so right now teams are fighting for their spot to be in gold bracket as the group stage has gone on.
Exactly. A very important game right now. It's going to be game 3 of the pools, or match 3, whatever the technical term is that you kids use back at home. But it is going to be the important game here to try and fight for that gold bracket spot. Obviously, the winner is most likely going to be going on to gold bracket with a game in hand, and the loser is going to have to probably fight for their spot into gold bracket. As we do see the maps come up here, Scorched Gorge Rain is our first map, but we also have Umami Clams in the deck, and if we needed to decide the map, but we will be playing it nevertheless. It is a play all 3 after all. Ship-shaped zones will be game 3, but let's start with Scorched Gorge Rain. I have a lot of experience with this map, but Hacks, how do you feel about this map?
Scorched Gorge Rain. I think it's a very fun map to play on, especially if you're just able to play Rainmaker very quickly. I've definitely seen 5/4 Encore around a couple times in other tournaments here and there, so I'm looking forward to seeing how this set goes. I wonder what kind of comps we'll see with this on this Rainmaker stage. Like, I'm thinking about like the very first pop of the Rainmaker shield. Like, I know Heavy's pretty popular right now, but there's a lot of other good weapons out there with high object damage. I'm excited to see what strategies these teams will bring to Rainmaker today.
Exactly. A lot of different strategies here, a lot of different ways to play this map indeed. I know for me, I've played it a couple times myself. I had one really good, I had a really good tryout game actually on this map. I dropped like 15 and I won us a game. And I felt really excited, and then the team disbanded, much like most Splatoon teams. So, unfortunately, stuff doesn't go out. They have some interesting history with this map. If you've watched the Under Pressure streams as well, rest in peace, Under Pressure. When we did do FTIU 99, I did cast some open games that I played on that channel. So you've seen me cast this map.
That stream was an experience.
That stream was great, and anyone who tells you that stream wasn't funny, they're lying to you. That stream was hilarious. That stream is what other orgs strive for in couch commentary. We had six commentators. We had 7 different PNGs on the screen. I mean, it was perfect. It was perfect.
It was peak viewer experience.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's all that really matters, right? It's the viewer experience, folks. Much like we care about the viewer experience here at Shark Tank, as you are hearing both Hacks and myself talk, as we have talked before actually at Anarchy Nova. If you're familiar with that land at all, you should pop out. It's in Northern Virginia, right, Hacks? You should pop out.
Yeah, Anarchy Nova. Yoshi and I did do some groups casting there, so it's fun to be back on the mic together again. Yeah. Anarchy Nova was a lot of fun. Please go to your locals, support your locals. It's always a fun thing to do. Lands just... There's no way to describe the hype at Lands.
I broke the land setup, by the way. For
yeah,
those.
You did.
I did break it. I did break the land setup there because I forgot to take my headphones off when I got up, as Hacks was viscerally attacking me and assaulting me.
No, you tried. You saw that blue sky was open on my phone, and you tried to take my phone to post on my account.
Exactly. And you should have let me, because I'm a funny guy. As the chat would tell you, I'm a funny guy. I make great jokes. I'm cool. I'm hip. I'm young. I'm fresh, as the kids would say.
Okay. So you blame me for the losses at Anarchy Nova, and you say that I tried to attack you, bro.
Yes.
What is all this slander coming from? The land was a month ago.
Hey, it's fresh in my mind. It was a month ago. It wasn't too long ago. A month isn't that long of a time period, you know?
It's not. It's not.
Much like I hate my land teammate Zach from from Big Dapple, which by the way, this is 2 Big Dapples ago. You know, I hate hacks. You know, this is kind of how the cookie crumbles. Also, if Zach, if you're watching this, you know, you threw. You know, we all know it. You know, Deed, Guwapa, and I all know you threw. So you know, it's okay. It's okay. You know, we get it. We get it. Get it off day, I guess. I don't know. Oh my god. Speaking of lands, by the way, LCS is coming up soon. All your favorite land teams will be playing in that on Sunday. You should watch that. I will be hopefully on the pregame show. We'll see. Maybe I'll be on the pregame show. Maybe I'll not. I'm like Schrodinger's pregame show. You never know. You know.
You've got a weekend of commentary here. You're here for Shark Tank, and tomorrow you're doing LCS.
Yeah, well, hopefully. Not confirmed. Not confirmed yet.
Okay. Okay.
Inside information, not confirmed yet. We're waiting for a confirmation. I should be doing it, but not confirmed yet.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. We got 10 seconds left into the lobby. How do I know? The voices in my head tell me. Oh, they're almost all in the lobby. My fault. The voices in my head were lying to me initially. I'm sorry. My fault. My fault. The voices are not exactly on point right now.
Yeah, the pressure is on in this set. Both teams are currently 2-0, and they're fighting for that gold bracket placement.
They are. Yeah. They are fighting for a gold bracket placement. I've never been in the gold bracket of this tournament, actually. I've got gold bracket 8 for 1. I've got like a gold bracket. Coral Clash, low tide. I've got that too. I've got no other gold brackets, so maybe one day. Yeah, I'm visualizing it right now. I'm watching all these good teams. I'm visualizing getting it. You know, you gotta visualize. You gotta believe.
You gotta just keep showing up to these things. It takes a lot of work to get into the higher brackets, even in skill cap tournaments. But the more you show up, the more you play, you'll get there with time.
It's been 6 years.
My point still stands. You gotta keep showing up. You gotta keep doing it.
After 6 years?
Yeah.
You think can I blame my teammates after 6 years? I feel like I can.
No.
I should.
No.
And I will.
No.
And I will actually. I blame all my teammates for not being in goal earlier. I blame everybody but myself. That's the winner's mentality, right?
Sure.
Exactly. You gotta think like me in order to get there. You know what I mean? You gotta think.
But real answer though, I think a great way to learn and grow is to always reflect on what you did. Like sometimes it is your teammates' fault.
Boo!
But
blame your teammates. It's never your fault.
No.
It's never your fault.
Sometimes it is something your teammate needs to work on, but the ability to reflect and think about your actions after the game, after the set, or even like in the moment a little bit, that is how you improve.
D2 opinion? No.
All right, well it's a hack's opinion, so I think it's like outside the realm of divs.
D2 opinion, no. D2 opinion, no. Always blame your team. It's never your fault. Oh my god. As we are finally getting into a game here. Curious to see what the comps are. We are playing, but it's not a podcast. We are playing the games here. Let's see what we got coming up here.
Oh, you want me to do this? All right,
yeah.
we do see a cooler from both sides. We see the heavy deco. That'll be fun to see. Probably using some sort of crack and cheese strat here. Also, shout out to the pen's name, 1099 plus tax. I wish this game was 1099. Right, it looks like 5+ Encore does get the pop here, and they are wasting no time at all to try to establish that control. But you see the whales coming out pretty early. We see Honk over here with the reef slider ready, just looking for the opportunity to use it. Oh, and I hear the Kraken coming out, but it looks like Honk is moving up, and the reef slider comes out, takes out one. Quick jump out quick jump out for safety here. And the decaf grabs the soda, hopes to establish some control here. They're moving up, but the team is 2 down. Only the gal remains. And now's your chance to be a big shot. Does have control of mid here. And they do pick up the reign.
They pick up the reign, and they're looking to try to find a way to get back and get in this game and potentially take a big lead, as we do see the Slosher does find one, and the strikes are going down, and then they wipe out on the side of it. Now it's your chance to be a big shot. Perhaps this time there is their chance to be a big shot, as they are going to try to get the gold bracket, and they're going to try to start out on the right foot here with this game. As we see the Reef Slider coming in and killing one person. They do get traded out, though, and now they're going to try to push in here with the wall. Here comes the Rainmaker going in, getting slayed, but not before getting 11 points on the board, and all of a sudden, now 5-foot encore on the back foot. They are going to try to take out the people in the remaining members of Now's Your Chance to be a big shot in their spawn. They are able to trade out for the jump there, as we do see now 5-4 encore, taking space in mid, and now your chance to be a big shot is now on the back foot and going to try to defend.
Yes, 5-4 encore does pick up the reign here. They have a lot of ground to cover, a lot of points to make up for if they want to grab the lead for this game. And we do see a nice pick from the decaf here. They have the bubble, they have the Kraken set up to move the Rainmaker out of here. Oh, the decaf goes down. The decaf goes down to the whales. But we do see the Dapples on the flank here. They have a soda hot and ready for the teammates. They try to rush down the pen, but they don't quite get it. Oh, yeah, and I think that pushes over for the side of 5-4 encore.
Yeah, 5-4 encore. Unfortunately, I will get much more than the check, but the check is an important part of the map, as we do see the Reef Slider going down, is able to trade, and they're able to get one. One more is coming down. The heavy edit is low. They're going to try to kill him, but not before he heals up. They are going to keep that space in mid now. Now 5-foot encore is going to try to take some space here. We do see the Kraken coming out on the side of 5-foot encore. We are going to see them pushing up on the snipe and taking the space, getting them off those strongholds to let their team get some more space here. Now they're going to try to contest the top. Unfortunately, unable to win it, but they do get a trade off of it. Now we do see the Dread dropping down, but dying for it, and now they have 2 down. There's a chance here for 5-4 encore to win. We do see a clutch bubble coming up. They should be able to get them to the 10 points they need, but unfortunately unable to do so. They aren't able to get 10. They only get to 11, and now they're just going to try to clear out the people of 5-4 encore, but they're unable to do so. They get the Rainmaker back. They're able to get the dunk in 5-4 encore. Just when we thought they were unable to take the lead, we're able to regain the possession of the Rainmaker, and just like that, take the first game 1-0.
Yes, very well played there by 5-4 encore. I was a little uncertain when the Rainmaker carrier went down, but I saw the bubble set up there and just everything that they had set up there. I was thinking, oh well, if the decaf could get the bubble there, they could probably do it again later in the game. You know, there's still time. But nope, they had an open spot. They grabbed it and they brought it to the podium. That is how you win Rainmaker. The person who moves the fish the furthest wins. And
exactly.
You gotta take risks sometimes with it. Just how it is.
Yeah, exactly. As you say in Indian, as you would say in Hindi, Kali Riks Dilo, but means take risks, only take risks. And they did take only some risks, as 5-foot encore does end up taking map 1 on Scorch Gorge range. As we do move on to the next map, we see Umami Ruins, Clam-Blitz coming out. Something that we see a lot nowadays, and personally, it's a personal favorite of mine for Clam-Blitz.
Yeah, Umami Ruins is a pretty fun Clam-Blitz map. We'll probably see that Reef Slider and that Kraken again. It's funny, the specials that you normally see for cheesing the objective in Rainmaker are kind of similar to the ones that you'd see in Clam-Blitz. I guess with the moving objective having an invincible fish and a Reef Slider explosion, they're both pretty valuable there, so I'm hoping that we see those again.
Exactly, and maybe potentially seeing it back. We do see a lot of these teams now running back weapons. We have seen it with the 96 in particular, that's able to farm it pretty frequently and be able to push up more. We do see it a lot on Clam-Blitz, as you need to push yourselves into their spawn in order to score and get in the clam in the basket. And as we say here, just put the clams in the basket, little bro. Just put the clams in the basket. That's all you need to do to win this game, as we have 70 seconds coming up excuse me, maybe more like 30 seconds coming up in terms of our match starting here. But Hax, any parting thoughts before we get into this match, or do you is that pretty much it for this map?
Well, it looks like we're just gonna go ahead and get started here on Clamblitz Umami Ruins. All right, let's see what comps we have here. All right, we're keeping the decavs and the bubble and the dapples. Oh, and I'm surprised there's no Kraken here. I was really expecting one, but but hey, really strong comps from both teams here, and I'm excited to see how this map plays out. We do see now's your chance to be a big shot, grouping up sort of on the right side of mid, rotating left a little bit, trying to establish that control. Looks like 5/4 Encore does have a soda out early. And the 52 almost has enough to make a basket. Make a power clean. Oh, messing up my words here. But it's alright, the match goes on. And we do see the bucket trade out. Yeah.
Exactly, the match does go on as we do see them fighting for mid control, trying to find a way to the hump in the middle, as they say, as we do see the decap able to get one, but one comes on the play, but they're unable to take them out. But they do get the bubble down, and all of a sudden, 5/4 the Encore has a chance to make a push here. They are going to wait for some reinforcements and potentially a special. Right now, they do have the clam. They are waiting. They are poking and prodding, trying to find a way. But that Reef Slider, unfortunately, unable to get behind the pillow. And all of a sudden, what seemed like a great push for 5/4 Encore is now going to turn into a counter push. For now, it's their time to be a big shot. Maybe it is their time to be a big shot. They are able to trade out for that kill. And now Hawk, excuse me, is just going to try to hold space around their block. What once was a push and a counter push potential for the it's time to be it's your time to be a big shot, excuse me. It's now maybe not looking like that, but again they are finding a way to push back despite having less odds and less people. They're gonna try to reach the dome here, which they do end up doing and end up getting a kill. The dome pressure is key in order to get a push going here, as we do see them try to take out the final jumps that are coming into mid. Unfortunately, unable to take out that Dapples, and is able to get the backline, but unable to find anybody. Now they have to take use their specials to regain that position that they had on dome. Are they going to be able to do it? They get one, they get two. Can they find a third? I don't think they will. They have to get the clam in now at some time. Please get it in. I need to stop talking. My throat is getting dry. They do end up getting their clam in the basket. The clams are getting in the basket, little bro. And just like that, a small little push. For now, it's your time to be a big shot to get themselves on the board.
Very, very good play there from now's your chance to be a big shot. 5/4 Encore is taking control of mid. They do get to take one down. They take two down. It looks like they're getting themselves pretty set up here for a counter push. 50 points. It's kind of a lot, but it's not too much. They can totally come back from this. I feel like both these teams are very evenly matched here, which makes sense. They are both 2-0 in the bracket standing right now. Oh, it looks like they have the Powerball ready. There's an opening, and they scored! I hope that the rest of the team is able to keep up the clam economy, though. They have about 20 points left to grab lead. Oh, someone else grabs them a Powerball. They're jumping in. They score! They take the lead here! 5/4 Encore takes the lead. And now's your chance to be a big shot is taking control of mid again. Trying to get that paint up, trying to get that area control, making sure that... Oh, we have a shark hanging out in the back right here. Wonder what this Dapple's gonna do. Oh, they go for the pen. They don't quite make it, but that's all right. Now's your chance to be a big shot is taking control of mid again, and they are in an advantageous spot right now.
Yeah, advantageous indeed. The sodas do come down. They are feeling quite rejuvenated from those sodas. Unfortunately, they are going to go one down. The bucket does end up falling to the 52 that should have their wall up. Now they have to walk back. They do find one kill though. $19 plus tax. He's trying to issue a tax, some might say, to 5/4 Encore, putting in the paint, trying to find a way to separate them from their other teammates, but unfortunately they are playing patiently, they are looking, they are prodding as the heavy edit does find 2 kills, and now the game is wide open for 5/4 Encore, as they are going to try to push in here. Here they go, here's 1 kill right there. All of a sudden they need to get the clams economy in order. They do have enough to make a power clam, they just need to get the clams together. There's 7 on the side of the decap, and they do get the power clam. I'm curious to see if they hand it off, because it's usually not the decap that ends up pushing in, but they end up to throw it forward, but they can't get their shield up in time for them to actually use to protect the clan, and now all of a sudden, what seemed to be a great push for 5+ Encore is not turning into that. The 52 is on the flank, but they unfortunately get countered, and now excuse me, not the Dread, but the Bucket is trying to find ways to poke out the decaf, and they are able to do so and separate and isolate the fights, but unable to find one as they do go forward as the decaf, but they can't get anything going. What seemed to be a great push for 5+ Encore is shut down, and now your chance to be a big shot has a chance to take the lead here in overtime.
Yes. And it looks like the clock is going to run out here, but now's your chance to be a big shot. Does have a chance to be a big shot. Will they take the lead here? Oh, it's so close, but the clams are right there. They're right there under the basket. They just need to rush in and oh my god, they keep going down. This Dread is going to try and make it work. Oh my god. And I think that's game there. Yep. All right.
Just like that, what seemed to be a potential lead flip for now is your chance to be a big shot. Unfortunately, it's not their chance to be a big shot right now. They do end up going down 2-0, but the potential to take map 3 is huge, as it does help the tiebreaker situation if they want to still get in the gold bracket.
Yeah, now's your chance to be a big shot. You know, this may not have been the chance. They still do have a chance to be a big shot and make it to gold bracket today. Going down one set, that's no big deal. They still have time. They still have chances. Really great games from 5/4 Encore so far. I'm excited to see how things shake out on Ship Shape Zone. What kind of comps are you looking to see in here, Yoshigod?
A lot of long-range stuff. You know, I said this on the last time we played this map. It was tower control, but now it's time for some zones action. So a lot of these long-range weapons are going to come out. They're going to try to poke out on these shorter-range weapons. But those shorter-range weapons, they have some cover to work around. They have some opportunities to maybe potentially flip the script on how this map is normally played. But potentially going to probably see a lot of long-range stuff. Going to see a lot of heavy painting stuff as well. It is zones. You do have to paint the square more than the other team. So a lot of that stuff probably coming out. But Hacks, what about you? What are you thinking about seeing on Ship Shape zones?
Yeah, we'll probably see some paint-heavy weapons like the heavy splatling and the pen. We'll probably see again. Yeah, like this zone, it's all about area control and paint control. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens here, and maybe we'll see some cool plays off of the bridge. Like, we have some buckets in this game, so I'm sure they'll have a lot of fun playing off of those ledges.
Exactly. They're gonna have a lot of fun playing off the ledges. Potentially some of those vertically inclined weapons that will be the particular weapons that are picked. Someone fire me. Maya, I know you're in the chat right now. Just fire me. Let me go. I'm not a good enough commentator. I clearly can't enunciate my words properly, but we are getting in to game 3. Potentially a chance for now's your chance to be a big shot today.
Yes, looking forward to seeing the comps here. It looks like 5/4 Encore is staying pretty much the same here, and so is chance to be a big shot. Again, both really strong comps here. I mean, let's see how this game plays out. It looks like the Dapples is going straight to painting the right side for that cooler. And now's your chance to be a big shot is wasting no time at all trying to establish control in zone. They ticked out one. Both teams are down a player right now. You see the heavy on the top right trying to get picks, and the soda is out. And yeah.
Exactly, yeah, a lot of stuff is coming down. A lot of stuff is going on the screen. That is kind of how arena shooters work, as we do see the trade potential happening for the decaf, but unfortunately he's not able to do so. But the Dapples is able to get one, but unfortunately gets shut down on the flank, and now we do see more pressure going on the side of the zone. Now the 52 looking around, playing it patiently, letting the decaf get the job done as they are fighting through that bubble. Curious to see if they're able to get a kill there or not, as we do see them playing around the high ground, trying to find ways to potentially extend their lead, but the strikes have flipped the zone completely, and just when we think 5/4 Encore is going to be able to take a lead, they say, no, it's my time to be a big shot, as the flank gets shut down completely, and all they have to worry about is this big heavy edit. They are trying to find a way to push it out, but it keeps killing them. Fire Force Encore is able to take the zone because they aren't able to take that heavy edit out. The fight still ensues in mid, just so we think that there's going to be a conclusion to this fight. It keeps fighting. Everyone keeps fighting. The 52 behind Pillow is able to stay alive, and one goes down on the left side. Are they going to get the second kill? The bubble comes out again defensively, trying to find a way to stay alive, but the decap unfortunately dies. Are they going to be able to put the pressure on top right and finally take out that heavy edit? They are able to do so. Heavy edit. I'm blind into heavy, and just like that, just when we thought that the game is going to be in the hands of Fire Force Encore, they are able to take the space and take the zone.
Yes, now's your chance to be a big shot. Is trying their hardest. Is trying their hardest to make sure that they are a big shot, but Fire Force Encore is not giving up. They currently have a numbers advantage. This 52 gal is fighting hard to try and maintain that control. They do lose 2 teammates. Oh, and they go down to the decap, going crazy over here. And they're wasting no time at all to try and get into their spawn, get some control, and take out the pen. The pen is still up, but they are fighting hard. Oh, we do see another sneaky sprinkler there, which unfortunately does get taken down. They have the soda out. They have themselves ready for another good push here. But this bubble is going to be an obstacle. It's going to be an obstacle to overcome.
Exactly, that huge shield right in the way of a lot of firing lines that they want to take, but they are able to eliminate it as the left side is becoming a little bit more open. Are they going to be able to? Oh no, Hawk is DC potentially. I don't know. Maybe their Wi-Fi just went out on an unfortunate time. They are going down, and now all of a sudden, Fire Force Encore is in the driver's seat. They only have 10 seconds to take the zone, and unfortunately, they're able to do so. Oh my God! Now is your chance to be a big shot. Just when we thought that the DC would potentially be the defining factor, whether they would win or lose, they are able to take the zone and give themselves a little bit more time. 57 seconds is the penalty that is ensued on Fire Force Encore. They are able to take back the zone. Are they able to push them back and potentially secure the lockout now? Here is the chance of Fire Force Encore to win the set. Unfortunately, the flag does go down. Are they going to push it and get more kills? They are unable to do so. Everyone has to fall back. Everyone's getting separated. There's a chance for the Dualies to get a huge play here, and they are able to get on the flank. They are able to get one, and now this pencil is not in a safe spot. They're going to have to play it carefully, and they do. The tax is being ensued onto the Gaffles, but unfortunately, not much support on the right side. Are they going to kill the zone? There comes the decap, and they have to walk back, and now reset, and potentially have to reset here, but no, everyone's still in. Oh my God, the decap doesn't get anybody. All of a sudden, what seemed to be a good situation for Fire Force Encore is now, for 1050 a big shot is no longer the case. The heavy edit is going to push back to the back lines, and all of a sudden, it's a back and forth affair in mid and a back and forth fight.
Yes, the clock is ticking now. Now's your chance to be a big shot. Is fighting for control of that zone. They don't quite get it though. Fire Force Encore is making sure that they maintain these fights. Keep them out of the zone. The bucket from the chance to be a big shot does get the flow aura. Will they get this pick? They get an assist. I see the Reef Slider going over there to try and destroy that bubble. They really need this bubble gone if they want to hold zone through overtime. They do. They get the kills they get the necessary kills here, and are setting themselves up for an overtime push. Oh my gosh! Now's your chance to be a big shot. It's working so hard right now. They trade out with the Gal. They have the numbers advantage. They just need to keep them out of zone for 10 more ticks. This pen is fighting. They have the soda. Just as a last resort thing, the clock is ticking. Will Fire Force Encore make it? Now's your chance to be a big shot. Ends the set as a big shot.
Exactly. A big result for them. The tiebreaker is now on the cards for them. They do end up taking a map here. So what seems to be the most important thing right here, if you lose, you do need to take that game 3. They are able to take it. And that, oh, excuse me, my God. Choking on my words for a second there. Apologies. But now your chance to be a big shot does take game 3. Does hold. Oh my Lord, excuse me. Jesus Christ, maybe I need to get some water later, but it does get a chance to have a shot at gold bracket, as unfortunately, while this game was going on. This is the last set that was going on, so we will have to go into game 5 here, I believe. Let's see if the casters tell me that I am going crazy or not. Round 5, or round 4.
Round 4.
Whatever round we're on. Excuse me. I just can't count today. Holy. This was the last game, so let's check. Yeah, that was the last game, so we are going to have to be going straight to it. Let me read Chad here. Chad, is there a game we want to see by any chance? Let's see.
I do want to talk about that set a little bit. I noticed, that Now's Your Chance to Be a Big Shot. They had a lot lower DPS than the other team did, which I guess did put them at like a slight disadvantage. Maybe a little bit for zones because they have the pen, they have 2 buckets, and sure they had the gal, but they were really lacking in DPS compared to Heavy and Dapples. But they made it work. They played for those GG specials, the strikes, the reef slider, and they figured out the strat and took it back.
Exactly, indeed. We are looking to see who we are going to be casting right now, so it is definitely a look to see at who we're going to cast next, but it is a really good game, as you did say. This was one of those games that you did have to win, and unfortunately, they did win it. Oh my lord, excuse me. My brain is split between 3 different things. Excuse me. I am trying to find the game to cast while also trying to commentate here.
Sorry about that.
You're fine. You're okay. Let's see. We did find the set here, so let me go into transitioning and talking about the next set we do have in store for us. We are going to be casting Singular C versus Quick Claw, 2 teams that I believe are 3-0 right now, and they are fighting for a chance to get into gold bracket here. So big things going on here. We are going to start on the map Tower Control Mako Mart, which is a classic in the Splatoon scene. We've seen this in both 2 and 3, and probably till the end of time. So 4, 5, 6, and 7 for the kids at home. 6, 7. We are going to see it probably there too. So what do you think about this map, Hacks?
Yeah, Mako Tower Control. Sorry, I had to look at it for a second. Really fun map to play on here. Pushing can definitely be tricky here. All right, there we go. Sorry, it's just... Yeah, sorry, I was hoping that we'd have a break, but we're still going. That's just how it is. That's just how it is sometimes. You gotta get right back into it. Commentary can be tricky.
Exactly, that is how it is, and I will say 6-7 again. Haha, it is a funny joke. You can fire me by if you want to after this. I don't care. I'll say 6-7 as much as I want. If you go to Mako Mart, the ultimate 6-7 map of all the 6-7 maps, this is one of the most played maps you see a lot of the time. You see it in the grand finals, you see it in all these maps, and these important deciding games. We see it today in this deciding game that's so important for these teams. One team fighting for gold bracket, the other team is also fighting for gold bracket, and the loser potentially falls down to silver. It really depends on what's going to happen here. Mako Mart, obviously, those alleyways are so important as they do lead to the stacks, which are also exceedingly important parts of the map. It's almost like the chicken and the egg argument. What's more important, the thing that gets you to the plat, or is it the plat? I'm sorry, the thing that gets you to stack, excuse me, or is it the stack themselves? It's going to be interesting to see who takes control first. It's going to be interesting to see who takes the first game first. I know nothing about both these teams, so I can't comment on who's going to do that. But all I know is there's definitely going to be a mention of 6-7 somewhere in this game.
Yep, and we'll figure out where that joke gets to sneak in. I'm looking at the other two maps in this set, and both of them are pretty tricky. Like Humpback Rain, that is just a map that you just have to learn how it works. And Crab Leg Capital, it's one that Crab Leg Capital clams. It's something that you don't see a whole lot. But I mean, it's here and there in different tournaments and different orgs. But yeah, Crab Leg in general is just tricky for me.
Exactly. It is a tricky map. I remember once I played a 1v1 versus my good friend Infa, and he played Swig, and I played Splash, and I remember getting destroyed the entire time because he just played the angles. That made more sense for his gun, and I couldn't do anything about them because my weapon doesn't have the range to deal with the one-shot that thing has. So I just want to say, Infa, I do not like you, and the things you made me go through that day. So, but apart from that, that map is certainly an interesting one with those AoE options being a huge thing, and the Greats being a primarily tricky part, as we also see Hotback Pump Track being a map that is played particularly often. Nowadays, we see it more and more as Rainmaker becomes more and more of a mode that people have been learning to tolerate, I will say. Hotback Pump Track, obviously a staple of Splatoon 2. We saw a lot of zones on this map, primarily in 2. Personally, I'm happy we don't play that as much anymore because I suck at zones, so... You know, I do want us to not play it as much, but who knows? Who knows what's going on? We have 67 seconds probably left until Game 1 starts. Hax, you want to shout out anything before we get into this last game? Oh, excuse me, we're going into it right now. My fault.
Yeah, I'm afraid we're out of time, but that is all right. I am here for the Splatoon action. Oh, we see a red Dapples again, and can we see the heavy edit coming out from the side of Quick Claw? All right, let's see how they decide to open on this map. Yep, we see the Dapples painting on the right, and so is the heavy edit to try and get that early game cooler. Oh, the leader goes down early, and looks like this Viper is trying to fight this Ink Rush all the way over there. Oh, we see the Blaster here, camping the ledges, making sure that control is established. I think control is established pretty well. They have the numbers advantage, they have the space. Now they just got to get the tower moving in the right direction here. This Blaster is already ledge camping and fighting the Viper, gets the splashdown kill. Really impressive work there.
Yeah, it is really impressive. We do see the Crab Tank pressuring the plat, trying to find ways to help their teammates in, as we do see someone going into a plat, unfortunately gets shut down, but the lasers do end up getting a kill. Now the Dapples is going to go with themselves through the flank. They're going to try to find a way, but they're getting spaced out by the weapons because that weapon has no range whatsoever. And just like that, we do see a double kill going on from the other team's Dapples. Now there's a chance for Singular C to respond, but unfortunately the Blaster pushes them back, and they're going to have to wait for their chance. Poking and prodding now on the right side, and they're going to look to see if they can take space on that right alleyway, but they can get the cooler first and put that down for their team. The ever so important special that we've seen dominate the meta as of lately, as they do get a kill, and now they're pushing in. They're going to displace the backline. They don't have control of their stack anymore, and now the pressure is on the side of Quick Claw. They don't have the space that they'd want to have. They don't have the fallback plans that teams are normally used to having, but a Crab Tank could potentially take control of the game and potentially turn the game on its head, quickly going into that searching form after getting the kill to cancel the bomb and getting a second one and invading the bomb as well. What looked like maybe a chance for Singular C to come back has turned into a fight for Quick Claw to win. And now, if they get this kill on the stamp, they are able to. This is going to be a huge push for Quick Claw.
Yes, really impressive.
As unfortunately, we are experiencing some technical difficulties from my co-commentator. They do cut out there, unfortunately, as we do see Quick Claw trying to find a way to extend their lead. Unfortunately, Singular C is unable to extend their lead. We do see a potential push from the side of Singular C here to extend the game and potentially get some points on the board. We do see the Booyah Bomb go down on the right stack, and we are going to see a Stamp try to go down on the right stack, but unfortunately gets shut down by the dualies of Quick Claw. Quick Claw, it seems to be procking over and over again, much like everyone's Quick Claw does against me in their VGC games. They are able to keep getting priority on Singular C, and they are able to keep fighting for that right stack to go down on the left side, and the jump comes down. The last person on left has to jump out, and Quick Claw once again on the offensive.
Yes. Looks like Quick Claw set up. Oh, never mind. They just got shut down by Singularity with that well-placed suction bomb there. Oh, but the splashdown, they're going to try and hold it. But this person's fighting. Oh, but they go down. This Blaster. Why do we keep seeing so many crazy... We've seen so many crazy blasters on stream today. It's quite wonderful. It's quite wonderful, really. This Blaster is wasting no time at all to try and get into that plat. Try to challenge that backline there. Really good pick there. They get the flow aura. This person's won. They go down. The Crab Tank is all set up for Quick Claw to to get a potentially quick game, early finish here, and it looks like they will just ride it to knockout.
Exactly, a quick and decisive game for the Quick Claws. It's procking at every moment they want it to proc. Quick Claw gets the first game 1-0. It's Singularity, excuse me. I don't know how to see. I don't know how to read. As the potential to be knocked out here, they do need to win one last game in order to ensure they win 2 games in a row here to ensure that they get in the gold bracket. And Quick Claw on the offensive just needs one more game to win. As we do see that our caster is using the pencil, as we do see caster using pencil there, maybe potentially subbing in. We might see the caster come in. You know, we never know. You never know.
Yeah, you never know. Splatoon tournaments, they're always full of surprises. Although we'd have to check the rules on something like that though, especially for a skill cap tournament. You know, the rules are pretty strict on who they let in. And when, like...
and when, you know, yeah. I think I'd be fine. I don't know. I got D9s. I think I'd be okay.
you could sub in, like, right now if a team needed you?
Exactly, I could.
Right.
I mean, you know, it'd be kind of crazy, you know? I think I'd win the game for them. That's what I'd say. As we get into our next map here, Humpback Punch Track Rainmaker. It's a game that I solo won a game on here once with my tent and just kind of my flanking. And the big thing that I see a lot because of that game, what I see a lot happen is that people kind of, you know, want to let the Rainmaker reset. You got to be careful when you do that because sometimes there might be someone on the flank that potentially you didn't see at the start, and they might just dunk it for a win. You know?
Yeah, they're definitely teams prefer to push through the right side elbow on this map, but a left side push, an unexpected one. I have seen games that have won that way, and I have won games from pushing that top left side. So like this map is truly full of surprises, and we're gonna go ahead and get started here. Can't wait.
Exactly. Yeah, can't wait. We're going to get started here as we do see the weapons coming out on both sides. We do see very similar comps, though. There's a Dynamo Roller. Uh-oh, that thing gives me nightmares. I don't actually go to sleep well at night because of that weapon and how it got buffed. Nintendo, please fix it. But we do see the Dynamo Roller coming out on the side of Singularity, and that bow also potentially going to be causing a lot of problems. And we do see an opening kill from the side of Singularity. There's a 4-on-3. That roller as well of the Carbon Roller trying to find a way to get back in, but they can't get in. But a double kill from the side of Singularity gets shut down by Quick Claw. It's a 1-on-1. It's really just the excuse me, it's a 2-on-1, excuse me. It is the brush and the roller as they are going to try to get that first dunk and try to get the first point. The brush immediately shuts down the push coming from ramp, and the dunk is going to come in sooner or later. It does come down, and the first push goes to the side of Quick Claw.
Yeah, really impressive push there. We saw the ink brush just distracting people on that perch, and it looks like the heavy edit here is able to get the pop. They have some space, but they're gonna need some more things to help aid them in this push here. We see Singularity fighting back. Oh, and the hammer throw completely cancels their push here. But Quick Claw is just setting themselves up for attempt number 2. And they do earn some extra points here. The 2 some players going down. Oh, the arrows, the whale. Oh, it's just too much. And Singularity does go down again.
Exactly. You go down again, but Quick Claw is also went down with a couple members, but they do have a way to get back in here. The flank, unfortunately, has been unseen here. The Dynamo Roller, a weapon you don't normally see on the flank, is going to be flanking, and because of that, they didn't have as much push in front of them as they would like. They unfortunately go down, but the job has been done. They do get the Rainmaker out of the hands of Quick Claw, and Quick Claw has to go back to mid and try to find a way back in. We do see the lasers coming out on the side of Singularity. The blaster, is going to try to get a kill. They do get 2 here as they are going to push in. They do have that splashdown in hand. They're going to try to use it, but unfortunately too little, too late. They do trade themselves out for the Zuka, and now they do have the pressure in mid to keep pushing here. They do have to get the Rainmaker if they want to keep pushing. That is the wipeout, but they don't have the Rainmaker in hand. It is a big wipeout, but I don't know how many points they're going going to get out of it? They do get the Soda. They are going to be moving faster than they normally would. How many points are they going to get out of it? Not as many as they probably would have liked. It's 21 points for the side of Quick Claw. And all of a sudden, they're all dead. This jump is probably going to get camped and die. And now, what maybe would have been a big push for Quick Claw, they weren't able to get the Rainmaker fast enough. And now only 21 on the side of Quick Claw. Singularity has a chance to come back here.
Yeah, Singularity does have a lot of points that they have to earn here if they want to take this game. But they did have themselves set up with some specials. You see the hammer go out, get a kill out of nowhere. Wow. And they have three players down, and they are just booking it to that checkpoint. You see the Viper players secure it. Oh, not quite. I spoke too soon there. Looks like the blaster took them out. Singularity they have to work together now to secure this checkpoint and continue their push on. Looks like several players are chipped, but they are still fighting it.
Exactly, and they are chipped, but they are still fighting it. Singularity is in a good spot here to extend their push into actually keeping points. And they don't have points. They don't have all the pressure that they want to have on to Elbow, and all of them go down by a quick push that Hammer just a little bit too late. There is one on ramp though. I don't know if they see it. Unfortunately, the Carbon misses the first shot, but is able to recover with the second. Carbon gets a second blood too. They're going to try to push in and try to find more kills here. Are they going to find them? Unfortunately, it gets shut down. It overextends a little bit too much, but the bow cleans up and gets a trade off of that Carbon roller. They are going to look right side for Claw. They don't need to push up. Keep in mind, a minute 21 left. A stall is on the cards here if they want it. The Dynamo, though, is trying to make sure they don't get that stall off, and indeed they do make sure they don't get the stall off. Quick Claw, who once was trying to stall on the right side, is unable to do so. This blaster is able to get two. They do get three. They almost get the fourth, but gets shut down by the Stamper. A back and forth in mid, and Singularity now has a chance to potentially get game two here.
Yeah, stalling it in that left spot. I'm gonna be honest, that's something I haven't seen a whole lot of in low level. Yeah, I was pretty surprised to see it, but it looks like Singularity is going to try their best to shut them down. Oh my god, they slipped past! The Rainmaker slipped past and is booking it to the checkpoint! Oh my gosh! Singularity has to knock out now to win this game, and the clock is ticking. There's just not a lot of time left. My goodness, this Viper is wasting no time at all to get into mid, gets a pick, gets the flow aura. Things are not looking good for Singularity here.
Exactly, things are not looking that great, but they do have one last chance, one last opportunity to KO, as you did say. They do have to pick up the Rainmaker first. Hopefully someone does pick it up. They do pick it up. All right, perfect. They did get a kill on the Elbow, but it gets traded out. They do have a chance on Elbow to make it work. The real thing is that they don't have the numbers right now. That Rainmaker is kind of on their own, but no one's pressuring it right now. The Rainmaker is able to wait and stall out for time, and they are able to wait for their teammates to come to them. But there is a fight that they haven't accounted for. They do get one. Does the fight get the second one? Yes, they do. The Rainmaker goes down. Everything is falling apart, and Singularity, what once was a opportune moment to push in, gets shut down by a flank, and Quick Claw takes the set 2-0, and Singularity needs to win this game 3 in order to have a chance at gold bracket.
Yeah, perhaps the game didn't go as quick as Quick Claw would have liked, but they secured their victory nonetheless. Really amazing game there. I feel Crab Leg Capital Clan Blitz is up next. Yeah. Yoshi, any closing thoughts on that last game? It was kind of crazy.
I mean, it was back and forth all the way throughout the game, and it was definitely a close one. Singularity having that last chance, but just eked out by the Blaster, as we've seen being a common theme throughout the stream games today. The Blaster making the impactful play to shut down the other team, as we do see game 3 coming to Crab Leg Clan Blitz, of course, a map that Singularity is going to need to win if they want to keep their hopes of gold bracket alive, and Quick Claw looking to close the door on Singularity's gold bracket hopes, potentially shutting them down for the rest of the gold bracket contention. They will be playing in silver bracket, but they are going to try to shut them down. Crab Leg Capital, definitely a map we don't see too much of nowadays. Maybe we'll see the Dynamo roller come out once again. What do you think, Hax? We're going to see right now, actually.
Yep, I am wondering if that Dynamo roller does stay, or if they bring out the red dapples once again. We will find out. Oh, and the Dynamo is gone. I'm surprised. Yep, and we see the and we see the blaster is back out again. And both teams are opening up on this map.
Yeah,
and it looks like Quick.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right, Quick Claw has wasted no time at all to control that top right. We saw the brush up there. We see the blaster trying to find their entry point into Singularity phase here. To try and get those important picks. We see the Ink Brush holding attention, trying to get picks. Oh, the Carbon Roller is right on them. Oh my god, the Carbon Roller takes them out. I think just by rolling. That's not something we see very often. Carbon Roller isn't really able to kill by a roll, but if the opponent's tip, then yeah, that's free for them.
Exactly. A crushed roller kill. Not something you see too often, as we do see the Trizuka get farmed up by them. They're probably going to take a spot here to use it, as they are going to try to take the space in their spot and potentially start to score here. They do have the plans to score. They just need to get them together, as the Carbon Roller is still poking and prodding and waiting, as they are trying to find a place to actually put their Trizuka down on. They did get one kill, though, from someone who was just a little bit overextended in that situation. And now they're putting burst bombs down. They are trying to go in, but nobody is really taking the first initiative here. It's allowing for Quick Claw to come back into the game and have a chance at pushing them back. Now the Carbon Roller in a bad spot, having to drop back, as we do see the Power Clam is in the hands of the Pro, as they are trying to play like a Pro. Unfortunately, gets shut down by the people on crates, and now the Splat Bomb on the side of the Ink Brush is going to be able to shut them down. A back and forth with Bear mid. Nobody really taking the initiative right now. It's just kind of been in middle. But now Quick Claw has a chance to fight back here and has a chance to take a score here. They do have the space. They do have the sodas down. They do have the Power Clam. But I don't know where. I think they lost the Power Clam. They are on their spawn, but not enough force there. And they're going to have to fall back and just a back and forth and then trying to find a way in.
Yeah, this game mode does take a lot of coordination, and sometimes like certain comms or whatever can just get lost in the sauce. But it's okay. Both teams still have plenty of time here, and yeah, both teams they just need to figure out how they're going to. What their entry strategy is here. We do see some specials ready on the side of Singularity, so hopefully we see some use there. I do hear the Zuka has just come out from the side of Singularity, and Quick Claw does have control of mid here, but yeah, we'll see what happens. We do see the hammer throw coming out. They're running up. They've got the space. They scored. The splashdown Blaster takes out two, and this is looking really good for Quick Claw here. And they're working so hard to maintain that space, sending some teammates back to collect the clams. We see the Ink Brush is moving as fast as they can up to the basket. They chuck some more in. No one's challenged the Ink Brush yet. Oh, and the Carbon Roller does take them out. That's two down on the side of Singularity. I think the push might be over here, but the Blaster is persisting. They are still here. They are still fighting, but they do go down to the pen. Honestly, just even if it was just a few extra clams and you went down, still worth it. Really good push here from the side of Quick Claw.
Exactly. Quick Claw getting a nice push there at the end. Gonna try to keep that lead in their hands, as they are being very aggressive, as Singularity is trying to find a way out of their spawn. So not quite really getting out of there, as they do go down as a sword player, and now potentially a second push coming in for Quick Claw, as we do see them trying to find ways to get information, trying to find ways to get damage down, and we do see the first clam hit the basket, potentially more incoming their way. They do have clamps to make one more Mega Clam, Big Clam, or a football. I don't know which one you say. Alexis said just throw the clams by hand one by one. 10 points left on the side of Quick Claw to win the game. They do have the space, they just need the economy. Something that everyone seems to be talking about nowadays. Can somebody get more clamps for the economy? And they end up doing so. That's going to be the game. That's going to be the set. And that's 3-0 to Quick Claw, and Singularity is going to have to hope for some help to stay in the gold bracket contention.
Yes, very, very good game there again. Congrats to Quick Claw. It was a bit of a slow start there for both teams, but Quick Claw, they figured it out. They got in there, and they got two really good pushes to secure that knockout. And
Exactly. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I've noticed that we saw, like, isn't it ironic that we saw 2 really goated blaster mains on stream so far?
Exactly.
Yeah, the Splashdown Blaster.
Exactly. Yeah, 2 really good blaster players coming in and kind of just making their names known, potentially trying to find their way. They're saying, hey, you know, maybe we're good enough to win this tournament. 2 very good blaster players that do have a chance at winning this tournament is something that we have seen very, very often here as we are getting into our brackets now. We are going to go to a break. I believe that is the end also of our time on stream. Let me just get a confirmation from the TOs. If we are, I believe that is the end, though, of our time here. So while I am going to start the TO is saying, I will actually shout out the TO that said this now that I'm on casting. Maya said, quote, Yoshi God is gone finally, half joking. They will probably say on socials that it wasn't them, but it was them. I can confirm that. So really quickly, Hacks, where can the good people of stream find you?
You can find me on Blue Sky at Mega Haxers Fan or on Twitch. I stream my tournament runs sometimes. And hold on, what's this here? Oh yeah, and Yoshi God went 0-14 once. Just wanna let the people know.
Yeah, I went 0-14 once, playing 2 divs above my level with 0 warm-up. Shocker! Shocker! I know I didn't play well. Wow. You know what's the funny thing? The guys we played lost that game. That's the crazy part. They lost is the crazy part. They lost to me playing like garbage. I had 4 kills in a 3-1 set, 1 kill a game, and they still ended up losing a game. So, you know what? It sounds like a skill issue on Maya's part, but they can find me at info.bluesky.social. I'm not shouting out my social.
That is not your Blue Sky.
Because I do want to shout out my good friend Infa instead of myself, because I do shout out my socials enough on these channels, so I am going to start shouting out some of my friends here that deserve it. Infa has a big document out. You can scroll down and you'll find it. It's a good doc, has a lot of good information on it. So if you're a new player to the scene, be sure to watch it. And yeah, I did go 0-14 zones on ship shape, but we still ended up winning 1 game, and we still ended up actually winning a game off you guys. So it does sound like, Maya, that you're coping hard. You know, I would say get on the mic and stop, hiding behind the commentators to let you speak your mind here on stream. So I will say that, Maya. I will say I would never cope. It sounds like it, though. It does sound like it. But that is the end of our time here. Is there anything else you want to say, Hacks, before we head on here?
I think I've covered just about everything that I want to talk about, except I don't know. I think you might need to do an apology or something for that 0-14 tent.
Nope.
I don't know. It's just I don't know. I feel like you're letting the tent community down here.
I think I don't play tent anymore. I think I don't play tent anymore. I don't think I owe them anything anymore. I played the weapon for 2 years. I sucked at it. You know what? I'll say this. I don't think I'm a good tent player. I don't think that weapon's that easy to play. I'll say that. I think that weapon is kind of lame. I'm not going to lie. Splash is a better weapon. So, I'll say that on cams. I'll say that on comms. I'm not scared. What people are going to say. But that will be it for us today.
Yep.
We are going to get into gold bracket here, so stay tuned for that. We do have two different commentators here. We got Alibi, the brush player. We have Electro J 46, not 47 or 6'7", Electro J 46. Although I think 6'7" would have been better. So stay tuned, and we'll see you guys later.
Thank you so much for watching. See you soon.
Well, hello, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be watching from, and welcome back to Shark Tank Shallow Waters Homeland Edition for Gold Bracket. The top 7 teams we have been seeing from this tournament have all shown what it takes to qualify through the Swiss stage, and now it is time for them to all duke it out to see who is going to be crowned the champion of this Shark Tank Shallow Waters. And I'm Electro J46, joined by none other than my good friend Alibi. Alibi, how are you doing tonight?
I am doing fantastic right now, and I'm really excited to see who's going to be winning this. It was kind of shocking to me that some of the higher seeded teams didn't make gold. There was a lot of really cool looking games going on. The competition is very, very good in this tournament, and I'm seeing a lot of unique and different comps that I don't normally see in Shark Tank right now, which is really cool and good to see. And our next set appears to be Drinking Your Milkshake and Quick Claw, 2 teams that have been really good in this tournament so far. And I want to see how this plays out.
Yeah, definitely. So not Quick Claw. We actually just saw Quick Claw get a 3-0 win in their last set in order to punch their ticket all the way into Gold Bracket here. Meanwhile, Drinking Your Milkshake riding a 4-0 record. Now, granted, they did get a bye in round 4, but a 4-0 record is a 4-0 record nonetheless, and they are the 2nd overall team here already. And with Shipshape Cargo Co. being our first map for this best of 3 here, there's a lot to be left on the line for both of these teams.
Yeah, this is a very complex map to play using a lot of different techniques. Like backlines are going to be pretty strong when trying to hold zone, but could be a little detrimental when trying to retake. There's not a lot of places for them to go. And I think we're going to be seeing potentially a lot of different kinds of cheese like Vac and Slider, as both of those are very excellent into this zone from what I'm seeing.
Yeah, that I do say. We also could possibly see some strikes as well. Ever so often, like it's a lot better to line up your strikes and definitely get them all down in the zone as well. I know you could probably give some takes on that because I know you play Bucket and like strikes being like you're kind of a bit of a best friend, but
yeah.
You finished what you were saying.
I was just gonna say, if people can pull off like insta striking the zone, where basically you time your strike so they all land on the zone at the same time. For this zone specifically, it's pretty much an insta cap, and also displaces that very, very well in mid. So if someone could pull that off, that'd be very, very good. I think it would allow for a lot of good retake as well.
Yeah, definitely one thing to note about, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it is one of the players on Drinking Your Milkshake does play Junior. The Vanilla Junior. I believe it is Elegant. I recognize Drinking Your Milkshake and Quick Club, both teams that I have played against before. We are getting the confirmation here that we are gonna be starting very, very soon. I don't know if I said earlier if I just said you played Bucket, but I may have said Brush, but I don't know. It's kind of the brain's a little jumbled right now. X Rank is kind of getting to me lately, so but other than that, it's been a lot of commentary. And a lot of other things. Like, actually, just on the topic of competitive Splatoon, this weekend has been absolutely insane. Can we talk about that for a minute?
Oh my gosh, yeah, seeing the Golden Gauntlet go on and just how dominant a lot of the JP teams are, and seeing PXG really shine from the Western scene was really cool to see. They are literally like the definition of a dream team.
Yeah, not only that, but also FT Win was getting some set wins as well. We also had FTIU 101 last night. Currently, as far as I know, we have In the Zone going on right now. NA League is also happening today. Tomorrow is the LAN Championship Showdown. And not only that, but also Ludi is still wrapping up. We are in the semifinals for the lower divisions and definitely the finals for all the higher divisions. This is definitely the time to be alive, or to be a comp player, really. But for this, we got to kind of focus back into the depths of the ocean here with the Shark Tank, and with Drinking Your Milkshake and Quick Claw. We saw Quick Claw earlier. We saw them with that brush. That brush does like to go on a lot of flanks. So really, the backlines of Drinking Your Milkshake do have to be careful. You got to kind of call them out if you see them, kind of thing. But as we get squared away for the first game of Gold Bracket here, Albi, what are your thoughts when we see the comps?
Okay. A Bamboo and Explo comp. I can guarantee there's going to be a lot of chip damage to be cleaned up by with the brush and potentially the Slider finishing them all off, which will be very interesting to see.
Yeah, looking over at the side of Clipball, we did see there was the Brush, there is the Blaster, Dapples, and Edit as well. We do see Next Gen does get a pick on that Dreadnought, is very low on health. Mar with this Bamboozer trying to do something they can in zone. Lavender, there's the Expo, there's the backline for the side of Drinking Your Milkshake. The slider ready for Next Gen. Next Gen wants to possibly cause a bit of a ruckus, but Zenith drops down. It's the cancel on the Reef Slider. That is a big detriment on the side of Drinking Your Milkshake, and Zenith is already making quick work of the equity on Drinking Your Milkshake.
Absolutely, and it looks like this Rush gonna try to make something work, but it just turns into a trade where Zenith can get in and try to maybe keep holding this a little bit longer, and they do. And it looks like that they're going to be focusing on this X-Blow, but can't quite make it where they get picked off by that X-Blow. They retake their snipe.
Yeah, playing on higher ground or lower ground against the bucket, or like any kind of bucket really, can be very hard, but especially in Xbox with the sheer amount of AoE that it does. 3 go down on the side of Quickclaw, but so do 2 on Drinking Your Milkshake. But Drinking Your Milkshake has a lot more specials to their name. Inkstorm does get popped. Ardu trying to see what they can do in this bottom right, but Lavender is just sitting there peppering them with all those X-Blow block shots. There's not much they can do. They're going to be probably going down here very soon.
Oh, the double slider!
There he has a double slider. A bit of a game of always love to see a slider and slider action, but Zenith gets the pick onto Timothy, and the Quickclaw does get back into control of the zone. Even with the push from Drinking Your Milkshake, Quickclaw still keeps holding the lead.
Yeah, I was very surprised they were able to actually get in, considering that Quickclaw doesn't have a lot of retake to work off of, because a lot of their weapons rely on each other trying to get in, and since they don't have a lot of entry tools, it's very hard. I'm very surprised they managed to make that work. And it looks like now they're doing very well in just keeping zone maintained and holding their court. And here comes the slider. This could be pretty big. Oh, they're gonna retake zone and get 2 down on both sides, actually. See if the Brush can Shark maybe make something work up there, getting pressured by the Bamboo. Bamboo has to back off.
Yeah, one thing I saw there earlier, we saw them as Drinking Your Milkshake was starting to push, and we saw a slider and a splash down. They like, try running from both of those, honestly. It's not going to work out for you. Drinking Your Milkshake is still on the back foot here.
Can he get a double? He can get a double? Where did he come from?
Mar had a bit of
my gosh.
Zenith, stop it. They're already dead. That is a wipeout for the side of Quickclaw. And just Zenith is just making easy work of literally everybody here. Oh, no, don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do it. They don't get the... They don't get the...
down now.
They don't get the splash down, but it's actually insane seeing some of this stuff. But also Mar making a mad dash for the zone. Everybody's going for the zone. They do get the cap, and that is a big hefty penalty tacked onto Quickclaw. But Quickclaw immediately gets back into control of the zone. Mar can't seem to get the tap shots onto Zenith, and Zenith gets the pick on the control. Next gen is going to be very close, and they unfortunately go down all the paint, and just Zenith just still being the, like, honestly, like, Zenith has been doing so much for Quickclaw.
Absolutely. Zenith has been basically allowing them to get in and do basically whatever they want because of how many picks that they're getting, and just basically like standing, staring them down. And it looks like 2 down on the side of Drinking Your Milkshake again. 2 down on both sides. They're able to clean this up. 3 down for Quickclaw. He's jumping out, and then now they have zone. Are they able to retake? Because they have the really good weapon composition here to basically hold zone and then just play smart and play passive. There's no need to push, just keep them back.
Yeah, no, definitely. They have a lot, like, one of the things that Quickclaw has a disadvantage up here, especially, is the range disadvantage. Like, a lot of Quickclaw's weapons can't put a lot of range compared to Drinking Your Milkshake, but that doesn't even matter. They get back into control of the zone. They see that Splashdown gets the trade out. Splashdown is just one of those weapons. It's like it forces a trade if you're fighting up close with it. Honestly, even at best, can't be trying to get rid of all those beacons without these. Trinity has not been able to get a lot of value out of beacons that we have been seeing, but just because we haven't been seeing it doesn't mean they actually do get value out of it. We saw, I looked at their builder, and we saw a bunch of sub power up. So Ixie very weak on health, goes down to the whale, and with 40 seconds remaining, Drinking Your Milkshake has a really good chance to get more in control, but not in Zenith has something to say about it.
Zenith just picking them off like berries on a bush. This is insane. They're telling you, they're just keeping their team alive, just making stuff work, and Drinking Your Milkshake really has to hyper-focus on Zenith to actually do anything, or else they're just going to keep picking them off. And that's allowing their Brush to get around, allowing their Bamboo to just kind of sit there, and looks like one of them got around, but they just can't quite make that work. The Bamboo's all alone, he's going to go down, and that's game 1. Quickclaw taking game 1.
Just real quick, can we possibly see the KD of that blaster? Because what am I watching with some of this? Like it's just the blaster just proving time and time again, even with the range disadvantage, saying, nah, I'd win. And it's just wrecking everybody on Drinking Your Milkshake and then closing out game 1 in a pretty convincing fashion, even with Drinking Your Milkshake getting chances to get control of the zone. But no, Quickclaw just kept putting so much pressure, and Drinking Your Milkshake just couldn't keep up at all.
Yeah, and it looks like, honestly, in the beginning, I was thinking that drinking your milkshake is probably going to have the better comp to hold zone, but it really didn't matter. It looked like Quick Claw was just moving more as a team and using their blaster to get in more and then comboing off of that. And once they had them locked down, drinking your milkshake really has no way to get back in, which was really interesting to me, considering that technically Quick Claw shouldn't have been able to get in as much as they did.
Okay, actually, okay. One of the other things I actually wanted to point out here. So, unfortunately, our spec game is not able to, but thankfully, one of the people from Quick Claw, in fact, actually, the Blaster is streaming. Their KD 22-9.
Oh my lord!
Chill, like chill. It's not like you just like they're already dead. It just like they just keep wrecking them so much, and it is actually insane seeing all this stuff with them. But for Quick Claw, that is definitely what they want to see, because with Gold Bracket, you have to give it your best or nothing else will go your way and you will find yourself out of the tournament. But for drinking your milkshake, they're down 0-1 right now. It is a best of 3, so their backs are already against the wall. They have to win these next 2 games if they want to keep their tournament hopes alive here and possibly book a ticket into the top 4, or else they're going to be out in the top 8.
Yeah, and I feel like drinking your milkshake really just needs to basically keep their Quick Claw's blaster contained. I remember back when I was playing this Shark Tank and won, actually, every time the enemy team started hyper-focusing on my S-Blast, which plays similarly in a sense to Blaster, but it had this massive AoE, every time they'd pin me down, like, the other team could just work so much off of everything that they've gained. And it looks like there's going to be a slight comp change from drinking your milkshake.
Alibi, they're multiplying. The blasters are multiplying.
Oh my
we are
gosh.
seeing the Luna on the side of drinking your milkshake, and we see the S Blast and the custom blaster from Zenith on Quick Claw. And like, oh boy, this is like one of the things definitely with all we see a lot in the meta now. There's a lot more AoE focus, but now drinking your milkshake, Argu trying to see what they can do. They go down. There's 3 down already on the side of drinking your milkshake. This is the response if you're drinking your milkshake that you want to see. Elgin has this bubble ready and does pop that bubble on the first checkpoint. We see Hixie with that S-Blast trying to see what they can do. Timothy, Ultra Stamp time, stop, but no, Hixie shuts it down. And Zenith does get caught out on a flank, and Next Gen does pick him off on the Forge Pro. But now Quick Claw gets all the picks they need, and now Arnoob is swiftly taking the bats here of the side for drinking your milkshake, and Lavender goes down to a hammer throw. Oh boy.
It's going to be very difficult for drinking your milkshake to recover, but, you know, they maybe have enough retake. I mean, if their Explode can get in position, they can triple splash down right next to that tower is, or they could, you know, potentially get Booyah, but that's not going to be an option because Arnoob is just kind of there and now back in their bats, wreaking havoc in the side of Quick Claw's base.
Yeah, Arnoob doing what rushes do best. Elegant's got to be careful here. There's the hammer coming out as well. Trying to see if they can do anything. The hammer does not find anybody, and Arnoob's very low on health. They do go down to that Luna Blast, but Zenith sitting here underneath, like this is one of a very dangerous spot for a blaster to hold because they can see almost anything. They get the pick on Timothy on the tower. They see the pick on Elegant as well. They pop the flash down and they get the extra pick. They get another pick on the Laughter. Zenith, stop it!
Oh, they can't find Floor. It's really unfortunate. Pro just needs to get that Booyah up to stop that tower and delay progression. They also just need to regain map control, which their junior should be doing. Let's 3 down for the side of Quick Claw. This is a massive opportunity for drinking your milkshake to possibly retake mid. If, you know, he would just die. There we go. Zenith is just literally insane right now. He just will not die ever.
Yeah, and Arnoob, like you're saying, just doing what brushes do best, just running around, being a little rat. Running around, just being such an annoyance for drinking your milk. Like, look at him, he's holding forward. He's not wanting to give up on trying to challenge Next Gen, but Next Gen does hold the ramp here really solidly. Arnoob does get the pick. They go down, but 3 go down. It is just Next Gen left, and with Zenith remaining, that is going to be a delayed wipe for Quick Claw. Wait, AJ, what were we doing there? What is that? Mods, do we need to censor that? Hang on. That looked a little weird. I'm not gonna go into detail.
I feel like the Forge dying there Next Gen was probably a little bit detrimental. He probably should have played back for longevity to hold on to that Booyah and possibly get, you know, a retake, you know, possibly, but, you know, whatever.
Yeah, it's just, right now we see Lavender getting on a very good spot here to try to just control, like getting control of that stack on something like Explode can be really good, especially with the amount of AoE that you can exert over everybody on this map. We see Zenith in his corner, they go down. It looks like it might be just AJ left, and while Drinking Your Milkshake is waiting for the tower to return to mid, Elegant finally gets in the driver's seat and hits the gear shift already. But no, watch out, Arnoob, rush incoming, just as per usual, but the splashdown is gonna say nope, and no shenanigans are allowed here. Zenith trying to see what they can do with the splashdown, but no, Lavender wins the AoE battle, and it's now Drinking Your Milkshake. This is a possibly very good push forward for them.
Absolutely, and I feel like if Lavender could just take their mushroom right there, the sculpture in the center there, I feel like if they take that, that would probably be very beneficial because they can cover so much of the map. But, you know, they're forced to back up, unfortunately. Ooh, can they kill this? Blast? No, they cannot. Uh-oh, there's a wipeout
here
with the side of Drinking Your Milkshake. This is going to be very difficult to retake and get the lead here. They have to make a massive push in the last minute.
Yeah, and look at Arnoob already going up underneath the ramp. Actually, one thing I wanted to mention, we saw him up, way up, actually, yeah, there he goes. He's up way in the spawn of the side of Drinking Your Milkshake. This is just it feels weird to see this because, oh no, Arnoob's up it. We're getting to the point. This is not fair anymore.
Bullying.
This is not fair anymore. This is not fair.
If he finally goes down after that massacre that was at the side of Drinking Your Milkshake's base, I think that Drinking Your Milkshake just needs to watch the flanks a little bit better in order to make sure that doesn't keep happening. It's either the brush getting in or it's the blaster getting in, and then it just spirals out of control from there. And it looks like that the side of Quick Claw is just holding that GG Booyah. But they miss it. Are they able to potentially make something work here? Or is that blaster going to wreak havoc? No, the blaster dies off. And that's a wipeout. Drinking Your Milkshake. Hold on, we might have something cooking here in the kitchen.
Hang on.
That F-Plug could just take that mushroom. This literally could be it. But oh, the pro goes down. The brush goes down, though. It's pretty big. Ooh, okay, there's two. Oh, it's a 1v1 right now. Hold on.
Hang on. The oven has not turned off yet. The cake is still baking in the oven. But no, Lavender trying to do what they can. But no, it's not going to be enough. Quick Claw denies the momentum of Drinking Your Milkshake, and they are going to advance to the top 4.
Yeah, that was an insane last few minutes of the game, and just, gosh, the amount of people down at the end there was insane. It was just trade after trade, and I really think that was probably winnable for Drinking Your Milkshake. So a lot of Quick Claw was actually backing off, but they just couldn't quite grasp it, and Quick Claw took the win there.
Oh my god,
that was so close.
Quick Claw, what, like, that felt so unfair, just watching Arnoob just spawn camping them. Like, that is like the worst thing. It's like, this is gold bracket, like, and we're having that happen. Like, it is so weird seeing that happen. And actually, do we want to look at what do we think about the KDs? Like, do we think the KDs were crazy again, or they probably were?
I bet Arnoob definitely had a pretty high KD. I bet it was at least above 15, definitely more. I'm just throwing out a number. But yeah, Quick Claw was very dominant throughout this entire set, and I'm really excited to see how they play in semis next.
Yeah, they definitely, I believe they are waiting for their next opponent, which is going to be either 5-4 or 5-4 Encore, and now is your chance to beat a big shot. Those are two teams that actually did play against each other in the Swiss stage. But for the rest of this, we have the other semifinal match is set. It is Grace Fieldhouse versus Just Here. Just Here does take down Sunstrike. Sunstrike has been one of the ones we've been seeing a lot. They actually were the runners-up of Shark Tank Shallow Waters number 8, losing at the Sub-Zero kinda. But there's a lot to be said with that. But now with the top 4 basically almost fully set, we have a lot to be said here, because now we're going to best of 5s now after this.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see how this plays out, because 5-4 Encore and Quick Claw's comps are semi-similar. I mean, they both kind of want to do the same thing, so it'll be very interesting to see who can play that play style the best. And I'm very excited to see how that will play out in this next best of 5.
Yeah, that's one of the other big advantages with now it being semis, being at best of 5. You now no longer really have to worry about being down 1-0 and saying, oh crap, our backs are now against the wall. But with that being said, like you definitely have a lot more breathing room, but still not as much as a lot of other one as much as best of fives. They can get out of control really quickly, especially if you go down 0-2. But reverse sweeps can and do happen a lot in the competitive scene. But for both of these teams, and for whoever awaits quick or whoever click claw, I can English today.
It's a day. It's a day.
It is very much a day. I really should have gone to bed earlier. I stayed up way too late last night.
Yeah, last night we were actually grinding and doing a kind of like challenge-based thing in side order, where it was like a soul-linked thing, where basically we have to all use the same color chip tone inside of side order and move up progressively at the same floor and try not to die. If one of us dies, we all die and have to reset. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, definitely a lot of fails because actually some of my friends were also we were doing hackless before, but it's a lot of fun. If you ever want to try to do side order soul links, definitely do recommend it. They are a lot of fun. Probably you'll have to find the rules somewhere or something like that. But going back to the side of competitive, we are still awaiting, I believe, the end result of 5-4 Encore, and now's your chance to be a big shot. Wait, is that a puppy in the top right corner? Hang on a second.
Wait, I didn't even realize that.
Is that a puppy? Is that a puppy?
It's a puppy.
in the top right corner. A little puppy cam up in the top corner there. But yeah, that is very. We got a little bit of an extra guest here. Hopefully, they are enjoying the games as much as we are. But for as we wait here, we might honestly, if we're gonna be waiting here for a little bit, we could go on a bit of a break here while we wait for the semifinals match to come up. Don't go too far though. We'll be right back though once it comes available.
All right, and we are back from that break. I hope you guys are looking forward to this insane matchup of Quick Claw and 5-4 Encore coming up. Both teams having very similar comps and very similar looking, win to loss ratios from the main bracket. And I'm very excited to see how this will play out, starting off with Mahi Mahi Resort.
Yeah, definitely. So, one of the things actually I thought about when I seen 5-4 Encore, 5-4 Encore making it into the top 4, they are no strangers to being here in the top 4 or like any like in the top dogs of everybody here in Shark Tank. 5-4 Encore, they placed second place in Shark Tank Shallow Waters Homeland 7. I remember actually I unfortunately lost to them at one point, and they did eventually end up losing to Ufish in finals, but 5-4 Encore, being in the semifinals here, they are no stranger at all to this kind of territory. They've been here before. They know what it takes, but with what the absolute drubbing that we saw from Quick Claw here, 5-4 Encore, they got their work cut out for them with this.
Yeah, absolutely. They had a heck of a run in brackets, and I think they're going to have a pretty good matchup against Quick Claw here because Quick Claw is a very strong team, very reliant on their brush and blaster getting around and getting these major picks that allow them to just keep moving up into the enemy faces with their backline just basically doing their own thing and supporting them, which is really interesting because 5-4 Encore appears to be a lot more coordinated and watching the flanks, so it'll be a lot more interesting to see how Quick Claw reacts to this.
Yeah, especially with the fact that it's Mahi Mahi Resort Splat Zones for game number 1 here. Definitely, like, Quick Claw, like, some of the flanking options they have might be a little bit limited, but also, like, if you're sitting up on, like, the sniper or something, or, like, back on your plat for the enemy team for, like, 5-4 Encore, they probably will see this brush coming if they're not sneakily swimming through their ink, possibly if they're going to be running, like, Ninja Squid or something, but it's going to be a lot, the kind of Quick Claw is going to have to see what they can do to work the angles. There's a little bit more geometry, especially when the water levels drop. There's definitely a lot more close quarters combats, and like that blaster and those the dapple specifically from Quick Claw, they can absolutely thrive in close quarter spaces if they can land all their shots, because really because of how quick that they can get a splat onto somebody. But for 5-4 Encore, we saw, I believe they have a decapitator, they had a lot of other weapons as well. It's going to be a lot of possible close quarters fights between both of these teams.
Absolutely, and I feel like 5-4 Encore has the comp to hold more of the sides, especially with that decav. Decav can just thrive right the entire game and do a lot of damage. Back whenever we played TSS, our decav on our team was just holding right the entire game. It just was ruthlessly destroying people over there. So I think decav will probably thrive if it just sits over there, and they definitely have the tools to hold the flanks because that's what their comp benefits from. But overall, they both are just going to appear to be very aggressive looking from the way that their comps are.
I'm just smiling from ear to ear when you were saying that, because I very much remember that TSS run, you and me both on that thing. And in fact, we were talking about this earlier. Like, we're in top 4 now. You and me both have won previous Shark Tank Homelands. What do you think, like, especially now that you're in top 4, do you think the pressure applies more here, or does the pressure is always like really high right out the gate once you enter gold bracket?
I would say from my personal experience initially, whenever you first get into gold bracket, that round 1 can be a little bit like pressurous because there's not a lot of room for error. It's a best of 3, meaning you have to win 2. And if you drop game 1 or even, it's like if you lose 1 more, you're out. So you have to make sure you're on your A game. Then when you get to semis, it's kind of just like a breath of fresh air. You get a small little break. It's a best of 5. So if you drop a game or 2, it's, okay, just, you can get back into it. You have a little bit more room for error. Needless to say, you shouldn't, give yourself too much wiggle room because you could start, tilting or not letting things align properly. So I will say, like, when you get to semis, it is a little bit better on you. Then when you get to finals, it does become, you do start feeling the pressure a little more because, you want to win, of course.
Yeah, definitely. So I think the semis can kind of be a bit of the middle ground between, like, definitely a bit of a step back from the pressure from both those teams. Like, I definitely agree with the best of 3 in the first round being a lot, because especially if, like, a lot of times, like, there's so many teams that show so much promise, but if they just get unlucky and they end up losing the first set, then that's just it for them. And very unfortunately, there's a lot to do. There's a lot to be seen, a lot to be done for both of these teams, but with more breathing room, with possibly 2 extra maps now being played, there's a lot more, like you said, a lot more breathing room. So for Quick Claw and 5-4 Encore, this definitely, they want to set the tone early. They want to keep the pace up already. We see this camper coming out from Quick Claw, And then there is the Decavitator from 5-4 Encore with the Dapples as well and the 52 Gal. There's a lot to be said here for both these teams. A lot of survivability for a lot of the players on 5-4 Encore. But with Quick Claw, with how fast they play, anything could happen, really.
Yeah, and it looks like already one's going to go down, so I couldn't tell who it was, but that's a pretty big pick from that Gal, because that Gal is going to be used to initiate along with that decap. And I feel like that leader is going to be pretty big into their heavy, so their paint spam will go down. And that Gal trades with the Blaster, which is pretty big, and 3 go down for Quick Claw. That's pretty big. Ooh, another 2 go down. They're all responding, and now it looks like they're just going to, you know, do their own thing. And another one goes down, and they just trade.
Yeah, definitely, like, setting the tone earlier, saying that's what you want to do, and 5-4 Encore, they look like they got a delayed wipe there, and they are getting a very big control of the zone. The Zipcaster does come out, does find the trade out on K. It is just Pine remaining, one man on a mission here. Unfortunately, just a bit overrolls somebody and doesn't get the pick, and that is basically them all going down now, and now it is Quick Claw's turn for their jab at a possible chance to swap this lead back, because even though the counter went down to 56 for 5-4 Encore, that can go down really quickly than you think. They're already down past 75 for Quick Claw, and there's a lot to be said here.
Yeah, oh, it looks like that triple splash tag could have been wasted as their Stamper actually goes down. 2 go down, and he was in the fight this decap, and it's range, but loses. That's 3 down on the side of Quick Claw. Can he find another one fighting this? Oh, he jumps out.
Yeah, almost. I almost thought, like, between you and me, I almost thought the Blaster was gonna fall in the water there when they were fighting the decap, but no. Yeah. They managed to make sure that they don't fall in, and with the penalty basically all but gone now for 5-4 Encore. But with Quick Claw, Abyss here is kind of sitting off on the side. Not sure, there's not finding a lot of people, and unfortunately, Quick Claw does get a chance to attack on another penalty for 5-4 Encore, but the penalty is relatively smaller than what we saw before. And with 5-4 Encore, with how much they've been holding, they do a lot of this. They, like you said, they're holding the top right here. They get the pick onto the zap. There's no cooler for the side of Quick Claw now. They do get the splash on his own, force it to neutral for the time being. The 180 Blaster, excuse me? But
he just got charred. What the heck?
oh my god. But yeah, with that being said, though, Quick Claw is still all getting so many members down K, just painting up the possibility for another whale here. And with under 30 ticks remaining already, 5-4 Encore is setting the tone early. You can tell they want this early lead, Alibi.
Absolutely, and 5-4 Encore has just been, you know, very dominant right off the gates, and it looks like Quick Claw goes 3 down again, so it looks like that's pretty much game 1 complete for 5-4 Encore.
Yeah, that was a very dominant showing. Quick Claw, they showed a bit of promise there, but just 5-4 Encore catch them all out. We saw the decaf, like you said, they were just holding right almost that entire game. And what could Quick Claw do against them? Not a whole lot. And with that being said, 5-4 Encore takes game 1. And now we look forward to game number 2, which is going to be Tower Control Macomart. What do we think we might see here, honestly?
Honestly, I feel like Quick Claw, they're probably going to go back to their old comp with Brush, because Brush is really good at just, you know, abusing flanks and getting into their base, and their Blaster is probably going to shine a lot more here, holding, you know, ledge left and potentially going into Freezer, just, you know, destroying that entire line for their back line to sit on top of if they can move up that far. But at the same time, though, 5-4 Encore, that decav, I don't know if their decav's going to be the best choice here, because decav benefits from linear maps, and this is just not quite it with a lot of verticality.
Yeah, no, definitely so. And, like, we saw this Stamper as well from Quick Claw. Like, like we were going to talk about, like, that comp we saw from Quick Claw was so different than what we saw in the previous set. We saw, like, it was like Dapples, Brush, Blaster, and I was it Edit, I think? But then we see, you know, Leader, Zap, Blaster, and Stamper. Like, that is a big change of pace from all of them. I wouldn't be surprised if they go back to the old reliable we saw in the last set where they pick out that Brush and those Dapples again. But that being said, 5-4 Encore, they have a lot to pick here, but they have to be careful with the decap. Because like you said, the verticality or just the geography of this map is a little bit unforgiving, especially for a Decapitator. Not much less, like, for Stamper, it's obviously a better pick because you can actually poke over the ledges. And like, as a Stamper main myself, like, ledges are your best friend. But
absolutely,
for 5-4 Encore, like, if the decap picks Stamper here, then they could work a lot for them. They, you know, they could still do decap because that bubble definitely can be very helpful on the tower. But we saw with the splashdown, we see if they pick up the slider again, they have a lot. Quick Claw has a lot to possibly shred that bubble away and get it out before anything fits. As our friend Star would say, is that a bubble?
Insta-reef to the bubble. Yeah, I have a person on my team, her name's Starla, and she mains Dread, and every time there's a bubble, it's just, is that a bubbler? And then just insta-slides and guarantees commits mass murder inside of it. It's really funny to see. And is that a sploosh? On the side of Quick Claw?
Gang, I'm losing the plot a little bit. What we have sploosh now? I don't know at this point. But for the side of 5-4 Encore, honestly, if they won the last game, it makes sense that they wouldn't change anything at all. Like, you know, if they broke them, fix it kind of thing. But Kay here sitting with this gal, trying to see anything. Do they even know that AJ's over? I don't even think they know that AJ's over there. They do finally see it, but Pixie runs out of ink at the worst time. That's one of the worst things with Stamper. Like, I run, like, there's so many times you're fighting somebody, and then all of a sudden, oh, what's this? You have no ink.
You had to a bomb, I think.
But for Quick Claw, they do have the first hold of the tower. Oh, no. Abyss.
Yeah, I think that Quick Claw probably here could have moved up a little sooner to hold that ledge. That would have probably helped with that pick given to the blaster here. But ooh, can that Dapples make something work here? Oh, he can, but he unfortunately dies to that sploosh, and he gets another pick. The sploosh actually may be working as Abyss goes down as well as their. Is this game? Is this gonna be game? Are they able to hold on to it any longer?
I don't believe so. Like, this is one of the worst spots to try to continue to hold the tower, because it gets so cramped, and everybody the entire team can just focus you all in one single spot. We go down for Quick Claw, and the whale gets popped in the head as well. We see Xena trying to do it, and they go down to I believe it is the killer whale they finally fall to. That is a delayed wipe for the side of 5-4 Encore. They definitely, very big, strong first push for Quick Claw. But with anything that we have seen with both of these teams, is that no lead is truly safe.
Absolutely, as we've seen countless times again with both of these team sets, they just, every time there's a lead to be had, it immediately flips within, the next minute or so. So we'll never know what could truly happen. But it looks like two go down on the side of Quick Claw.
They don't know. They don't know.
Oh,
they don't know.
He got around, it gets a double.
They don't know.
He gets a trade with a wipeout. This is huge for the side of 5-4 Encore.
Oh my gosh. They didn't know. They did not know.
No idea.
It's unfortunate. Pixie trying to see what they can do with this Stamper, but unfortunately they're cornered. They do try to do whatever they can, but unfortunately they go down. But no, Abyss trying to see what they can do. They have very careful. AJ does not win the 1v1 challenge against Abyss, but Abyss does go down to defensive because they were so low on health. Pine just being the nuisance that the Dapple has been this entire game. But Kay trying to see what they can do on tower. It is just them. They go down as well. And with nobody home for the side of 5-4 Encore, unfortunately, that is going to be the end of the push for them. And there's the wipeout to boot for Quick Claw.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if that sploosh could potentially get around again while they're all trying to respawn. But I don't think so. I think they're all going to hold here.
Yeah, no, very much so. Hixie, there is the ledge poking gremlin that Stamper can really be, and trying to see if they can do anything. Agent 8 can't really do anything because if they try to peek, they will get hit by a possible vertical slash, and they pop the Guido, they throw it over towards the heavy spotlight. They can't really get anything. Abyss behind them gets the pick on the decapitator, gets two, then he's down for the side of Quick Claw, and with the last person cornered, there they go down. Actually, no! It's Zenith, they're just alive. One man on a mission, but no, Abyss plays cleanup, and but Abyss is just alone. They have the tower, they pop the bubble, but they touch the tower again to try to keep the bubble from possibly getting destroyed by the tower, because that is a bit awkward to have your bubble destroyed before they get deflected by Zenith.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised. Zenith is wait, the hammer from behind. Can they make this work? Looks like a trade goes down from the Dapples and the Blaster. Are they able to finish off this heavy? Although they can, but it's a trade, so it's 2 down. Well, now 1 down. Yeah, as I was saying earlier, I'm curious to see if this Blaster could potentially be a little bit more aggressive like they were in the earlier stages, because it doesn't look like they're moving up as much as they could be, which was really helping out their team play.
Yeah, the thing with here's the thing when you say about that, when it comes to 5 Encore, is that they have a lot of resources to just stall the forward momentum of Quick Claw. Like you see, we have the wall, we have the absolutely just giant one-shot hitbox that is Decapitator's Charge Slash, and you see Kay here with this Zugal trying to see whatever they can do. They are marked to a point essentially, so people know they're there. They pop the Killer Whale, trying to see if they can do anything. One is very weak, and they pop the Splashdown out of basically panic. They wasn't even, like, there was nobody there. He wasn't even getting fired after these Splashdowns anyways. Abyss gets the dash slash off the tower with the pick. they're alone by themselves right now. AJ gets the Ultra Stamp pick as well. One down for both sides, but with under 20 seconds remaining now, 5-4 Encore needs to get control of everything, get the numbers advantage that they need. They shut down the extra flank, and that might honestly be it for 5-4 Encore. But wait, just 1 second.
Wait, hold on.
Hang on one
Okay.
second.
Wait.
It's not over just yet. It's not over until the tower has been fully vacated. AJ trying to see what they can do.
Oh, no,
AJ falls down. A bit falls down. Booyah comes out.
That is diabolical.
Just the classic. Well, that is why you always play Booyah Stamper. You see so many Booyah Stampers on the side of tower control. I am very much a guilty party of that as well. But for Quick Claw, that is the response they need. This is it. We have a set now. This is 1-1, so we are going to at least a game number 4 here already.
Yeah, that was, as I kind of predicted, it looked like that decav on the side of 5-4 Encore was struggling a little bit to find where it wanted to basically be the entire game. And I feel like because of that, it couldn't really get in anywhere and was unable to lead pushes and get in where they need to be.
Yeah, we saw a lot more with the Dapple being aggressive, and it's crazy to think that it's the vanilla Dapples, the one with the cooler kit. Like, normally a lot of times you want to play more for your cooler spots to help support your team, but the thing with Dapple is that it's also just, it's very quick, it's very fast, it runs around a lot, it can get kills really quickly, so it definitely can be a bit of a, definitely can be a bit more of a skirmishing weapon as well as support, especially when you're talking about the vanilla Dapple kit. But for the side of 5-4 Encore, unfortunately, just it wasn't enough for them to pull out the win. They showed a lot of promise there, but, you know, as always, GG Booyah or, like, GG Strikes or anything like that hits the tower, and there's not really much else you can do. But now we head to Crab Leg Capital Rainmaker for game number 3. This is easily one of the most important games, not only for just this set, but possibly the entire tournament for both these teams.
Absolutely. And I feel like Crab Leg Capital here, we're probably going to see, you know, I think it's going to be pretty one-sided towards 5-4 Encore because Quick Claw has, I feel like, more range overall with their comp, and their comp is more centered to this map and mode specifically. Although the decav is very, very good here at leading in pushes and just, you know, overall being a nuisance because of how linear this map is. And the blaster potentially could also be very good on these grates for Quick Claw. So honestly, I feel like the comps are going to be very balanced here, and I think it's going to be very interesting to see how this works.
Yeah, both these teams have been like a lot of their comps kind of just counter each other. So it's like we were talking about how you were talking like how the blaster was being aggressive, and we were talking about how like decavs like hitbox, bubblers, splash walls from the 52 gal, like that stops them as well. 5-4 Encore, like the decav wants to be aggressive, but you have the chance of a sploosh flanking behind you, and just also the blaster's AoE. So both of these teams really are honestly evenly matched going into this game, into this set, and it's already showing with it being a 1-1 breakneck tie right now. And we see the Tetra dualies coming out. Yeah. Crab Crab, no pun intended here, Crab being really good on Crab like Capital. It would make sense for them to go Crab here, but for 5-4 Encore, we still don't see any changes as well. One of the other things actually to think about with 5-4 Encore, they definitely have the power to shred that bubble, the Rainmaker shield faster than anybody on the side of possibly 5-4 or other. But we see the decap get a big trade there. That is the no Crab already early for the side of Quick Claw.
Yeah, I really think, though, for 5-4 Encore, all they need to do here is just be more aggressive. They definitely have the tools to push into Quick Claw and definitely cause a lot of damage if they would just push up together. But this slider can't find anybody, and Ulva, yeah, though, it unfortunately dies, and that is 2 down for both sides.
I don't know if I was the only one that saw that, but the Tetra looked a little bit extra slidey. Like, he was kind of like, almost like he was like sliding around on ice a little bit. I don't know if, the internet might not be the greatest here, but as we say that, 5-4 Encore is the first team to get in the grab of the Rainmaker. They are electing to go to that top right checkpoint like we normally see. They do get the break at the checkpoint. Abyss does go down, but now their teammates are there to play support. Fine with that, just the insane shredding capability of Apple Dually. H&A with this heavy spot, just putting down a lot of pain as much as they can. They go down, but no, look at this. 5-4 Encore gets an extra grab and puts it down to 41 already, but they do go 3 down already. Like, is it like you get more points, but at what cost for the side of 5-4 Encore? But with that being said, it is only just 2 people up for the side of Quick Claw. They're still waiting for Quick Claw to try to do anything. Hitsy unfortunately misses the jump, but unfortunately just a little bit too far to make the jump there. There is the crowd template we were mentioning. And with K being so low on health, they gotta be so careful here. And now we look to see Quickclaw is look like gonna get their dunk on the check here, and this could be a potential lead swap if things go the right way. But oh, look at that! Look at the shredding power.
Beautiful maneuver.
The shredding power for 5-4 Encore is so much they can't do anything. Abyss drops it down into the pit. That is a bit of a good stall point for the side of Quickclaw. And it was what was that play?
Tetris, hello?
In Nintendo, are the servers okay right now? I'm not sure what's going on right now. Zenith with this blaster, still trying to see what they can do. Abyss, look at how far up they are. They're being so aggressive and they're drawing so much attention. They go down. 3 go down for the side of 5-4 Encore. Not that I don't really think it may have been a good option for them. Fine has to be careful with the crab tank sitting on the grates there. They do get the pick as well. And just Crab being such a really good weapon here, a strong Crab like Capital, the name speaks for itself, honestly.
Absolutely. I mean, literally, it's in the title of the name. Like, why would you not pick Crab? And especially with all of the room that Crab has to work with. It looks like the blaster got into their base, but couldn't quite do anything. Although I like what I'm seeing. I think pushing left here while your team is pushing right with the rain is definitely going to be the way to go, especially with those Tetras getting in there. But ooh, looks like the rain fell off. I don't know if that was intentional or not. It looks like 2 down for the side of Quickclaw, unfortunately, where Abyss, can he find the kill? No, he cannot. How is the rain lasting this long? But he dies to the whale.
Yeah, eventually, all things must come to an end eventually, and nothing lasts forever, unfortunately, for the rain. But for Quickclaw, that push is now down to 50. They are halfway through. They are only 9 points behind 5-4 Encore's lead. But with how we've been seeing them pushing on top left, we see K get the extra push on that Rainmaker shot there. Like, it's like one of the things with Crab Leg is that you can get a really good first push, but once you get past that checkpoint, if you elect to keep taking it right, it just gets exponentially harder for you to try to get more points on the board because you can't swim. You have to run across those grades. It's very hard. Another pick coming out from K on the Rainmaker before they go down themselves. The Crab tank from Pixie trying to do whatever they can. Pine is off in this corner alone. They have to jump out for their own safety. But now, oh, they jump right into the chaos again. But no, they get the reversal as well. I don't even know if everybody knows that they're there. AJ definitely does. So does Zenith as well. They jump out, but no, they can't jump out in time. But they bought enough time for... Oh, and look at this. They're actually
around. Can he get the lead? Yes, he can. Can they make it in time? Oh, they're stuck in the ink and they get stopped. But that is a phenomenal little maneuver they did off to the side. That is amazing.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Like, taking it right after the check is so hard, but you definitely can take it left. It's a bit more risky possibly, but it definitely can be very more quickly rewarding because you then can swim the entire way. But now we see 5-4 Encore is electing to take this on the right side. They're electing to try to pull on that.
Can they make it? Yes, they can. That was amazing. That little push they just did, that was huge. 2 back-to-back insane pushes. Is 5-4 Encore going to make it last longer? Just grab and get points? Yes, they can.
It is not over just yet. 5-4 Encore getting back in control of the lead, but look at this thing though. With 10 seconds remaining, 5 points separates these two. Like we already said it. We can't say it more. These two teams cannot be more evenly matched. Be it Pine placing out some beacon for any of their teammates should they go down at any point here in the match. We see the Flora is active. Pine catches out the Tetra. They can't get them to jump. They can't get them in time. The Whales are being very careful. They get the pick of the Crab Tank. It forces the Rainmaker. It is just them alone in the corner. And with the Decapitator bearing down on you, there is nothing that you can do. 5-4 Encore snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. And they go up 2-1 and they are on match point.
Yeah, and as our caster was actually saying a second ago, this is actually an NA versus an EU team, which is really cool. So we get to see which is better of the continents, NA or EU right now.
Yeah, definitely one of the things we always see like the NA Shark Tanks, but the EU Shark Tanks only ever happening once a month. Like it's definitely a lot. It's definitely more focused. What am I saying? Focused for the EU teams, but you do see a lot of NA teams coming out as well for any of the Shark Tank homelands. Like Sub-Zero, that was the team that I played on, and we ended up winning the previous Shark Tank Shallow Waters homeland, and that was all NA. So there's a lot of people that play Homeland Edition that are mostly from NA, but there's also a lot of EU players as well. to think about it as well. The last time we saw, actually, this is another familiar territory for 5-4 Encore. Looking back at, we mentioned it earlier. They got second place in a previous Homeland Shark Tank. They ended up losing to an EU team, so they're hoping to possibly flip the narrative and have NA be on top this time. Maybe looking to make it 2 in a row for the NA scene for an EU tournament. But it is still just a tournament overall. It is just Shark Tank. We're here to have some fun. But with Scorch Gorge Clam Blitz, honestly, if you're Quick Claw, I think, honestly, we could see the Brush return here.
Absolutely. Brush is very good on this map. It can take really any direction it wants to, and if you let it go through grates, it's literally cheese of its own, honestly, here. Like, they definitely have the comp, and they definitely have the weapons to make this work. They just need to make sure that they execute it properly, and, you know, I think they need to be more aggressive. I'm noticing they're playing a lot more passive. I don't think it's necessarily working, especially because their Blaster, from, you know, experience, because I've been playing Blaster for quite a long time now. I main Bucket competitively, but, you know, Blaster just, it's really reliant on your team getting you in, otherwise it can't do a whole lot. And I kind of realized that Quick Claw wasn't necessarily able to get their Blaster in a lot of the time, which allowed them to not be as aggressive.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing to think about. The aggression is a lot of things, but now match point is here for 5-4 Encore Quick Claw. They need to win these next 2 games to stay alive, and not only punch their ticket to finals, but also be the team to challenge Grace Fieldhouse in finals. The other semi has finished up. It was a 3-1 for Grace Fieldhouse, and now they await the winner of this set, and the loser is going to be playing just here for a possible 3rd place match. We see them going back to that leader Zap combo for the side of Quick Claw. The Beagleys are back again for the side of 5-4 Encore. They have a lot more paint, a lot more support for the side of Blaster to possibly enable them, but for Quick Claw and 5-4 Encore, there's still a lot to be said here, a lot to be done. Pine drops down, gets 1, tries to get 2, can't do anything. 3 go down for 5-4 Encore. It is just Agent 8 remaining, but with the amount of range they have on having Splatling. But they get rushed down so easily, though. With that being said, AJ tries to do whatever they can, but Abyss catches them out on the counter. They get more picks than 1. They're doing everything. So many people are going down on the side, and it's just Abyss proving time and time again that Decap can just be is such an X factor for the side of 5-4 Encore. And for Quick Claw, that's just another push of potential score forward for them.
Yeah, and this is insane right now, how back and forth tug-of-war style it is in mid. You can necessarily seem to take mid, and apparently it looks, the trade. I say trade, but it's 2 go down. That's, 2 down for the side of 5-4 Encore. And this, they're trying to make something work, but it looks like they're just kind of funneling in. They need to get something going here, get some momentum. They just can't quite find it. And now mid is retaken by Quick Claw.
Yeah, Quick Claw definitely proving some, like, both these teams can't seem to find a way to break through. Even they showed so much promise from the side of 5-4 Encore on that push that they tried, but no, Quick Claw just shuts them down instantly. AJ gets the pick, gets the floor activated. The Dapples are down. 2 go down now for the side. Pixie, they're smelling blood. They want to get that pick onto Agent 8. They can't seem to get it exactly. They're so low on health right now. They are electing to back up to heal up. The cooler is out now for the side of Quick Claw. And oh my goodness, the leader dropped right into the Decapitator, but the Decapitator was jumping out at this time, so a bit of a sigh of relief. But no, Pine catches them off guard as well, and now Pine is behind them. If 5-4 Encore can get the economy here, but no, sorry, Zenith just says, nah, you're getting directed. But with that being said, Quick Claw does get a jab at the basket while we were kind of watching and seeing behind to see any potential flanks from 5-4 Encore. Quick Claw gets the first score of the game, albeit it's only just going to be the power clam in tow. But for that is a good first push already, but for 5-4 Encore, they definitely have a lot, and they can get this lead back very easily if they manage to get a score.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's definitely not over. It's just 5-4 Encore needs to get all of their clans, get a lot of economy here and real estate here to move up with, but it looks like they can't quite coordinate that. It looks like they just aren't getting their specials up and getting enough clans, but it looks like they're going to make it work anyway.
Yeah, and they do seem to have their teammates come in. They do get 1 clan in. They get now some more clans possibly getting scored here. Now here come all the clans now for 5-4 Encore, taking a good chunk of the lead here with 2 minutes remaining. The bubble gets popped as well, definitely helping prolong the chances for them to just keep this match scoring. Agent 8 shreds the crowd tank, nearly gets the pick on the dualies as well. The Blaster goes down for Quick Claw, and this basket is still remaining open, but I don't believe there's any economy. Actually, no, we're seeing more economy going in. This basket is still remaining open for the side of 5-4 Encore. There's so much going for them, and now with a lot to be said, Quick Claw, they are being very careful. This is starting to become do or die territory for them.
Yeah, I think, oh, looks like the push probably will go down here unless they can just keep holding the basket a little more, but it's 3 down, so it looks like they can potentially just keep holding their basket. And honestly, I really feel like that their dually is doing a lot of work in holding their giant massive court over there. Like, it's tough. They're holding wonders.
Yeah, they're doing so much for the side of 5-4 Encore. They get another jump in, they get some more clans in, but I don't know how much clans they can get. Abyss is going to jump in with 5. Abyss has been doing wonders for the side of 5-4 Encore. We keep seeing them jump in with so many extra clans, but now 2 go down for the side, actually 3 go down. It is Chunk Abyss. Unfortunately, they left their teammate, and the teammate did go down, but with under a minute remaining, and the counter down to 14. 5-4 Encore is in major primetime position to win this game.
Absolutely. And 5-4 or Quickclaw just needs to retake mid. They need to get their specials up. They need to make sure they grab as many clams as they can to keep this going and just keep trying to get picks like they just did on that decap there. And potentially, can they find it on the grab? They cannot. They can't shred it. That's 2 down for the side of 5-4 Encore. Can they potentially make this work? But the decap is there. Their push is dead, potentially.
It's very unfortunate. The decap is easily the worst weapon you wanted that you could go up against on a solo defense for the side of Quickball. And with 17 seconds remaining, they do have a lot of economy still. The leader does have another Powerball, so we will possibly be seeing another overtime here as well, because they do have the power plan that does give them an extra 20 seconds of leeway to possibly get back into this game. They do get the pick on this apple. The bubble does come out from the side of Abyss. They are marked up. People know that they are there, and we see, AJ gets a big pick there. They pop out the cooler. Everybody's focusing them now, but they get the jumps in. But no, everybody's dead. 2 go down to a bomb, though. But no, there's one remaining for the side of 5-4 Encore. But no, there's possibly one last chance. And it's not going to be enough. 5-4 Encore. They will move on to face Grace Fieldhouse in the finals, but for Quickclaw, it's just heartbreak. They were so close, but it was so far.
Yeah, that was, oh my gosh, that was really one-sided for most of the match from 5-4 Encore. You know, the first part was a little bit kind of tug-of-war in the middle of the game, and, you know, then they just all of a sudden started getting these massive picks, and then were able to just keep the game rolling and steamrolled them into their base before almost collapsing, but they just, Quickclaw could not make it work, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was so close. Like, we saw a lot there. They were trying to get a push going in, but no, the decap is there for the defense, and the decap on defense, that is just a bit of a death sentence for the side of Quickclaw, and unfortunately, they kept pushing so much, and it was so close for them, but unfortunately, it was just too far out of their reach, but unfortunately, their chances of making the finals have now gone out the window. They will have to settle for a possible 3rd or 4th place now, because they will have to go down to that 3rd place match and see if they can get one more set. At least they do get one more set to play, though, but for 5-4 Encore, definitely a bit of a sigh of relief, because that was very close for a possible score siege coming from the side of Quickclaw. But now it is time for grand finals of Shark Tank Shallow Waters Homeland number 9. We are now moving to counter picks now, so that definitely adds a little bit of more intrigue to any of this now.
Absolutely, and I think the comps are a little bit flipped now. I noticed that the Grace Fieldhouse potentially could be running Zap, Charger, Wiper, and potentially a Junior looking from their Sendu. So the comps are going to be a little bit different. I feel like that Grace Fieldhouse has a little bit more, like, they have more flexibility in what they can do. If they want to play more defense, they kind of have that. If they want to play offense, they also have that. I feel like 5-4 Encore specializes in trying to push up more. So it'll be interesting to see how this works.
Yeah, one of the other things actually to think about with Grace Fieldhouse and 5-4 Encore, the bit of the seed matchup here. Grace Fieldhouse is seed 13 right now, and 5-4 Encore is seed 4. So a lot of like we were talking earlier, a lot of the top seed, like the top 3 seeds didn't make gold bracket today. But for 5-4 Encore, they are the top 4 team's last hope for a possible representation here. But for the side of Grace Fieldhouse, we saw it last game, it was NA versus EU. But now it seems to be the case again. Most of the people on Grace Fieldhouse, 3 of the 4 members on Grace Fieldhouse are EU, but Beefman is from the US. But it's going to be, they are definitely repping more for EU. A lot of the people, I know definitely a lot of the EU fans who want to see an EU team are definitely going to be cheering here for Grace Fieldhouse. But honestly, I don't think we really can pick sides because, well, one, we're commentators, but two, both of these teams are so evenly matched.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be interesting going into Barnacle and Dime zones specifically because there's a lot of different avenues that both teams are going to abuse because, you know, Decav likes to use the flanks and so does Viper. So there's going to be a lot of different clashes in the flanks between the two, and both have really solid backline options for this map in particular. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they play this.
Yeah, definitely one of the things with the swords as well. Like, it definitely Stamper, like, one of the things when it comes to swords, like, Stamper mostly loves to go to that top left, kind of that little, like, snipe lookout, possibly, from the side of the enemy team. And, like, you can just sit there, and there are not a lot that the other team can do because you can just dominate the range. But Decav and Viper can be a little bit different. But for both of these teams, there's a lot to be left here. The Decav definitely can benefit a lot more here because of the fact that they have much more open sight lines, and we are getting confirmation from our TOs that they are readying up here now, so we are going to be going into game number 1 here very, very soon. But now, for grand finals, like, definitely the pressure is back here, don't you think, Alibi?
Absolutely, and I'm noticing it looks like that their charger really plays the 3 main chargers. So you have the V, you have the Fire, or the ZNF, excuse me, and then you have Camo. So I feel like they're either going to go V or they're potentially going to go ZNF because ZNF just has strikes, which is very good and can contest, and if you time them right, even insta-cap the zone. So they essentially have their own zone cheese, and also Vac is just really good at defending zone and allowing that they're very competitive or aggressive comp to get in.
Yeah, definitely, I would agree with that, saying, like, we saw Angel there has the Camo and the Fire Fin, and we do see it is the Fire Fin that they are electing to go with. For 5-4 Encore, it's still the exact same comp that we have been seeing, that Dapple Decav combo with the Gallon Heavy Splatling as well. Still getting that cooler from that Dapple, but the Dapple also is still a lot aggressive. We see a lot more paint support with a Junior as well from the side of Grace Fieldhouse, but for 5-4 Encore, they get the first jab at the zone only for just 2 ticks though. So they have to be a little careful here, especially with Pine possibly threatening a flank here on the side.
Absolutely. This is going to be very detrimental. Pine can take it. They find a pick there. They find one, and they're still back there, it looks like. They find 2 in the very back there. Can they find 3? They can find 3. Can they go for the quad? Yes, they can. Pine getting the quad alone in their base. This is huge for the side of 5-4 Encore. And they're keeping it up.
It's not over. It's not over, Alibi. Just when you think it's over, Pine says, "Nuh-uh, I got one more in me," and they get another pick for the road as well as they trade out. They got the cooler out to the rest of their teammates. This is another one of those big, possibly lockout heavy maps, and it's really hard to see what they can do for Grace Fieldhouse. They have the hammer ready. They're probably getting close to a bunch of their other stuff as well. But the Viper goes down. There's no more hammer, but the heavy spot goes down. Down goes the anchor. And we see one drop down, and we see the strikes come out as well. Now Grace Fieldhouse finally gets a chance to possibly get back into control of the zone, but no, 5-4 Encore is still in control.
Yeah, this is, I don't know how they're still holding on. They should have all been eliminated, and they take the zone. I'm telling you, there is no outpainting a heavy in today's meta. And especially when you have K here just running circles around zone trying to kill them all. And that's game 1 already. That was very one-sided for 5-4 Encore into Grace Fieldhouse.
Oh my god. Like, you definitely are right with saying you can't outpaint a heavy. You've probably heard me say this to you before, like, in kind of like when we're chilling and everything. But, like, literally, you could see heavy splatling 1v4 an entire team on a zone, and the heavy still wins. Because, quite simply, the paint buff is too strong for heavy, and there's a lot of discourse, a lot with a bunch of the more top tier weapons now. Heavy splatling, just the sheer amount of paint, blasters, the just quite simply ridiculous amount of AoE they have now. Nintendo definitely was kind of going off the deep end a little bit with trying to see if they definitely wanting to shake up the meta a little bit, but with a lot of people still trying to adjust to it, well, you're kind of realizing what's good and what isn't anymore. But for the side of 5-4 Encore, that comp is working out wonders for them.
Absolutely, and I feel like just kind of seeing the way that they played, it pretty much directly countered the way that Grace Fieldhouse is trying to play, and I feel like to make anything work, their Charger's gonna really have to start taking jabs at 5-4 Encore's heavy so they don't have any paint output and real estate to work with. So I really think Grace Fieldhouse just needs to start being a little bit more coordinated and try to take more isolated fights instead of just, letting Pine go in and then all of them rushing one side.
Yeah, Pine getting that quad really early on for the side of 5-4 Encore, like that honestly, like, or actually not just the quad, but I think it was actually eventually like a 6 splat streak. They got so many splats there at the end, and it was insane how much they were putting out into this. And with 5-4 Encore, that is a very big statement first win. But the advantage with that Grace Fieldhouse has now is that they control what map they play. They control if they want to what map they know that they can definitely do better on. But one of the things that can be really dangerous here, we actually see, is going to be TC Macklemart. It's very interesting. They have the strikes. If they elect to stay with that Fire Fin, they definitely have the strikes to do a lot here. But one of the things that's very dangerous when it comes to counter picks, because if you counter pick and the other team still wins on your counter pick, all of a sudden you're sitting here and you're like you're kind of sweating there sitting in your chair because you're realizing, oh my goodness, they just have our number basically, if possibly.
Absolutely, and I do feel like Megabite is actually could be a really good choice for Grace Fieldhouse because a lot of their weapons, they will benefit from playing here. And honestly, I am, like you said earlier, I am excited to see kind of what charger that they choose because ZNF is really, I feel like, really good here. Strikes, you can cheese the tower at the very end. It's very good for retake, and Wall is honestly really good here on the snipes. But if you use the V charger, the VAC is equally very good here and get your team in, and then especially whenever you're pushing the first check and the second check, can really give you some cover and a lot of real estate to work with.
Okay, that is a good point. I think we kind of forgot to address one thing when it comes to Vax. And I say this as a Sword main myself. 5-4 Encore has a decaf. And Sword is quite literally one of the hardest counters to Ink Vac as well. I mean, like you saw what I did, or you saw I don't even have to explain it. People are not even gonna understand what I'm saying. But what I'm trying to get at here is that Grace Fieldhouse they can go to that back and can get a lot of them extra value. But one of the other things about it though is that they have to be very careful because 5-4 Encore definitely has the tools to shut it down. But for Grace Fieldhouse, they have to make sure that they come out on top in this game, or else they will be in some very hot water.
Absolutely, and it looks like they opt to stay with this relatively the same comp, and 5-4 Encore still rocking their signature comp. So I'm excited to see how this plays out. I'm really hoping that Grace Fieldhouse can poke with their heavy more because that will give them more room to work with. Because all the rest of their comp relies on paint and places to go. And it looks like 5-4 Encore is already getting to work on Grace Fieldhouse, just finding a pick already.
Yeah, Splunkin is doing the best thing that they can to try to dominate outside the side there. They find out the Junior, they get the pick on the Junior. There's 2 down, but no, Quick Claws are not Quick Claw, what am I saying? 5-4 Encore does get a pick onto the tower. They do get a lot there. They're all bunched up there. They do get the lead swap, even if it's only just 1 point. It is very much a stalemate between both these teams right now. K trying to see what they can do with the 2 gal. They get the... Is that a wall kill? No, I don't think that's a wall kill.
That was crazy.
Yeah, no, that would have been a bit nutty if it was a wall kill, but no, 5-4 Encore does take the lead back. Both these teams really can't do anything to try to possibly get through each other's barriers right now. But the gal, watch out for K. They're sitting here on the side. They get the pick on 1. They try to see if they can do more here. The one person blows up on the tower. They are painting the tower as much as they can. But with people crashing from all directions, there's not really much they can do. But with 5-4 Encore, they are keeping that pressure going. H8 is going their turn to red the tower, but right into the entire firing line of everybody on the side of Grace Fieldhouse.
Yeah, it looks like they're actually going to go 3 down to the side of Grace Fieldhouse, and this could be really big. I feel like that Pine they need to get behind them at this point because they're all respawning. The weapon choice is really good here. They have all the supportive means down, so they can really just kind of do what they want here, get a lot of kills as they were doing in the last game that we saw. And it looks like, unfortunately, they're going to go 2 down to the side of 5 Encore here. 3 down, just Pine alive. Can he make something work? He just gets a trade, and it's a delayed wipeout for 5-4 Encore.
Yeah, one of the things to think about, though, we saw there's a cooler out for the side of 5-4 Encore, so the downtime is definitely not as bad as it possibly would be. We see Splunkin get the pick onto the decap as well. They know K, they sneak K is there. They get the extra pick as there as well. It is just a Dapple, and I believe the Dapple is still remaining. They go down. That is a delayed wipe for the side of Grace Fieldhouse, but no, we see Abyss here with this decap. He's doing what decap can do best on tower. But with that being said, Grace Fieldhouse is still applying the pressure. Splunkin just keeping a dominant control of the stack here. They catch out Pine as well. They know how to play around it with the stack as well. They pop the cooler, and with the push down to 44, that is a good push to get the lead back into the side of Grace Fieldhouse. They definitely need to keep this momentum up, and they definitely want to get this game, because if they go, like I said, if they go down one more, it's not going to be good for them. Pine goes down, gets the trade, but that is going to be a cooler trade on the side of the Zap. So actually, no, it's a cooler trade on both sides. So really, like, who wins there?
Exactly. And I'm noticing that Grace Fieldhouse is starting to actually get a lot more aggressive, and they're starting to use a lot more real estate and take more map control. And I am noticing they're punishing Asian 8 a lot more on that heavy, which is really good. And actually, the decap goes down. That's a really big pick for the side of Grace Fieldhouse. I think their charger goes down as well.
Yeah, Pine just sitting there on the side, but I think do they even recognize that Beef is behind them? Beef is very much behind them right now, but Beef is way too far back for them to do anything. Asian 8 goes down. Pine trying to see if they can do anything. Watch out. Here comes the hammer. Pine they gotta be very careful. Hammer gets a pick on K, and there's a lot of people down on 5-4 Encore. It looks like it is just Abyss remaining in behind. They have to jump out towards Agent 8, and they have to basically go back to the drawing board. The push was doing good, but it was not enough, and the heavy goes down, but 2 go down for Grace Fieldhouse as well. Pine trying to see what they can do to possibly get the pick. They get that last pick that they need, and there's another push shut down, and this is another chance for 5-4 Encore, because it looks like it might be another delayed wipe for the side of Grace Fieldhouse.
Absolutely. And earlier, whenever that decap just dropped right off the side of the screen there, I thought that decap was going to die, but no, he landed a double kill with 1 slash. That was amazing. And I'm excited to see what they can get going from here. They definitely have the turf and the ground to work off of. They definitely have the aggression, but unfortunately, Asian 8 does go down to what I believe is that charge. I don't know, but they do get the lead.
Yeah, and Pine is just doing whatever they can to stay on the tower and try to get more. But no, there is the wipeout for the side of 5-4 Encore. Wiping out this late in the game could be a possible detriment. But no, Abyss, one of the things we saw, Pine placed down some vegans earlier, and Abyss definitely used that, got the trade out onto the Zap. That is not good for the side of Grace Fieldhouse, because that is the cooler gone as well. Angel pops the bubbler, trying to see what they can do. Beef is got to be very careful with Pine here. With 30 seconds remaining, this is not good. Beef goes down. Tower is not, unfortunately, drifting back to mid. We see Abyss doing everything they can on decap, and is just getting everybody as well. And with 5-4 Encore, they are just not holding up they're not holding back at all. They are just constant foot on the gas. A bubble is ready as well. With 10 seconds remaining, Abyss pops the bubble. Basically, this is almost curtains for the side of Grace Fieldhouse. They just have to sit here on the tower. That bubble's blocking shots. They can't do anything.
No.
5-4 Encore takes the game, and they are on tournament point now.
Absolutely, and for the side of Grace Fieldhouse here, they're really going to have to pull something out. I mean, towards the end of the game there, it looks like their charger was actually starting to target their the heavy, which is making a lot of the side of 5-4 Encore starting to retreat or go down because they don't have any support, which I like to see, but it was just too late, unfortunately, and their charger also could not get that many strikes to get retake.
Yeah, no, it's very unfortunate. Like that, we talked. One thing we talked about this earlier. The counter pick doesn't go in the favor of Grace Fieldhouse, and now they have to basically. Here's the other thing with 5-4 Encore. They are very much in control of their own destiny here, because not only do they need one more win to win the entire tournament, but now basically every time that if they lose any matches here from here on out, they are the ones that get to counter pick, so they get to choose maps that are in their advantage, which could be really possible, which can be very dangerous for Grace Fieldhouse.
Yeah, and it's only going to be an uphill battle for Grace Fieldhouse. They're really going to have to pick strategically here. And honestly, if I were them, I would try to pick a map and mode that doesn't really require heavy that much, because if heavy can't do a whole lot, then, you know, what is there left to do? So for instance, if you picked rain on humpback, if that is an option, I don't know, I don't see the map on my screen, the options, but like they pick something like that, I feel like that'd benefit Grace Fieldhouse more than anything.
Yeah, no, they definitely have to think this more. I'm looking at the match here. Our counter pick is in. It is Splat Zone's Mahi Mahi. I don't know if they know what the decap did against Quick Claw. This could be very dangerous. This could, like, I'm nervous here for Grace Fieldhouse.
Yeah, they're really going to have to make sure that they are targeting, well, not only now that they're heavy to make sure they don't have any paint, but also their decap, because their decap's just going to hold right and then the islands most of the game, which is really insanely hard to deal with. And I'm curious to see how Grace Fieldhouse is going to potentially try to make a comeback here. So I guess we'll see what happens.
Yeah, with that being said, we are loading in 5-4 Encore. One more. They can smell the victory. Just one game's reach away from them. And Grace Fieldhouse, they go to the bow We see the
Interesting.
Incline Tri-Stringer coming out from Grace Fieldhouse. But like we said, for Grace Fieldhouse, this is do or die for them now.
Yeah, I think Bo, it can't really compete in terms of paint with heavy, but it definitely can indeed paint and definitely can poke at that heavy. So if the Bo just focuses on making sure the heavy can't paint and they make sure they deny their decap from doing anything, I think that they'll have a chance here.
Yeah, definitely so, and the fact that with how close it is, but look out, here comes Pine on the flank. Angel does not even know. Angel doesn't know, and Pine with that flank doing whatever they can. They can't seem to get anybody exactly. They go down themselves, and unfortunately the flank doesn't work out too much for their favor, but it works out a bit in the side of 5-4 Encore because they do get control of the zone. But no! Somebody's gone for a swim here, unfortunately, in Grand Finals. But for 5-4 Encore, they are in control of the zone. They have the lead now. They do lose control of the zone. But watch out, here comes Pine flanking again.
Dude, Pine on those dabs is dangerous. He just kind of appears up in your face, just like Abyss is doing right now. Can they get a double? They cannot. This Splucking on that zap. They are really just, taking care of people. But, also Pine's doing that as well, because Pine's just here again.
Yeah, and now with the penalty gone for 5-4 Encore, now it is ticking down. The water level is dropping. The operating room has increased in size now for the side of 5-4 Encore. But Pine, that one thing they can do for them, they definitely can play a little bit more passive here. Farming for a cooler, they're very close to one as well. But they still want to keep that aggression up. They gotta be careful with all these jumps because now they're right in the firing line. They get canceled. The cooler doesn't come out. Wait, no, it does.
It did come out. Hello?
What? I'm a little confused with that, but for that being said, Grace Fieldhouse, everyone on 5-4 Encore is down. Agent 8 does get the cooler, but it's very dangerous for them. They almost go down. Pine trying to do what they can, but still just going after Angel so much, and we see Angel doing what they can to try to take control, and they do get the game back to neutral. They get back into control of the zone, but with the heavy on the left side here, they're trying to see what they can do to fight it. They do get the pick. That is a big step one for the side of Grace Fieldhouse to try to get themselves back in this game. Now their penalty is also now officially gone. They are trying to see if they can get back to the lead. They get the pick on the decap. That's another big pick already.
Absolutely. It looks like 5-4 Encore is very quartered in that corner over there. Pine trying to make something work on islands, but has been spotted, so I don't think they're going to get the flank off. So if this Bo can just keep applying pressure on that heavy, this could be huge because they can't paint as much. And if they keep that paint down and low from 5-4 Encore, that'll help. I do get the lead here, but unfortunately 2 go down, but they have cooler, so I don't know. They're going to have to really retake quickly here.
Yeah, this is very close in the game. Like we saw, 5-4 Encore was in a bit of a stagger there, and that definitely allowed Grace Fieldhouse to get more picks. But Grace Fieldhouse, oh no, the decap setup alibi. No, the Wiper wins the 1v1! Oh my god, this could be huge here, especially with the fact that 5-4 Encore's penalty is almost all but gone now. Beef doesn't even know. They get the pick, they get the pick of the zone.
Hit the zone. That's 3 down for 5-4 Encore. This is huge, and it's a delayed wipeout.
It is not over for Grace Fieldhouse at all, Alibi. Oh my god, they were so close to getting the lead swap here. But now look at this. Here comes 5-4 Encore once again. They try to see if they can do anything. Beef knows the decap's there. They get the pick. K is sitting here on the far right side. Gets the sneak attack on Beef. Pine pops the cooler. They do go down. Nobody's around to grab the cooler. Agent 8. They go up, but it's a little too far for him. It is going to be... No, it's not going to be enough because Abyss gets them. The Beef wins the 1v1 on the Wiper, and it's just another stagger for the side of 5-4 Encore. Another delayed wipe, and now the jump in as well. That is enough. This is not what you want to see for 5-4 Encore. They're definitely getting a little too overzealous, a little too overconfident. The Hammer gets the pick onto the Heavy as well. More paint goes down for the side of 5-4 Encore, and Grace Fieldhouse stays alive and takes game 3.
Oh my gosh, I was getting gray hairs watching this game. That was intense. That is what you want to see in grand finals like this. Can they reverse sweep 5-4 Encore potentially?
Reverse sweep, it is possible. Reverse sweeps can and do happen, even in sets. We've seen reverse sweeps in even best of 9 sets over in Ludi. But for Grace Fieldhouse, this is definitely a big sigh of relief for them. But here's the one thing that we said when we came into going into game number 3. 5-4 Encore, they are now in control of the map of the counter picks no matter what happens here. Grace Fieldhouse is still at a disadvantage, so they are fighting for their freaking lives here. There's so much that they have to do, but that bow definitely helped work out a lot more for them. And just for 5-4 Encore, they kept staggering a few times, and the staggers really kind of did them in. But for Grace Fieldhouse, it works out very much in their favor, and that definitely puts a bit of a dent in the confidence for 5-4 Encore. But like we said, the 5-4 Encore, they are still so much in control here.
Absolutely, and I really, like you said earlier, that bow I think was definitely a good choice. At first I was a little wary because it doesn't paint as much, and you know, it still has the potential to take out heavy, which it actually did very well towards the middle to end of the game there, and you know, it definitely worked out in their favor. Let's see what's the next map. Clams on Crab Leg. I think this is definitely a map geared more towards Encore, so Grace Fieldhouse is really going to need to, you know, make sure they're team pushing, and their wiper definitely needs to keep winning fights against that decav.
I'm making the call now. Grace Fieldhouse is gonna play Crab Charger.
Absolutely, there's no reason why. I mean, they do have a decav, but their wiper has been definitely bullying the crap out of their decav. So if their wiper keeps that up, I think they could actually make Vac Charger work here, potentially. But at the same time, they, like you were saying earlier, they do have a lot of counters. So it'll be interesting to see which one they choose.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said, a lot to be possibly countered here from 5-4 Encore and Grace Fieldhouse. With both of these teams, like Grace Fieldhouse, like they definitely can swing the momentum. They can swing the momentum even more into their favor if they manage to pull out this win. But for 5-4 Encore, like we said, they're in control. They are the ones that get the counter pick. They know what works for them. They definitely can pick this map, and it can work out in their favor potentially. And with 5-4 Encore, we saw, I think, if I'm not mistaken, we saw them playing Splash-O-Matic earlier as well when we saw, I believe it was Crab Leg Rainmaker. So there's a lot to be said here, and a lot to be possibly seen as well. But for 5-4 Encore, like we said, they're still in control of their own destiny. But for Grace Fieldhouse, they will not go quietly into that good night.
Absolutely, and I'm quite curious and excited to see what comps they chose. I can't quite place my finger on what they were going to pick, because there's a lot of different options. So let's see what they pick, and they just keep the comp they were rolling with, except now they have Splash. That's really surprising. And same comp out of, you know, 5-4 Encore. It's been working lately, so why switch? It's perfect.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, they say. But for the side of 5-4 Encore, like, they definitely are, like, nerves could be peaking a little bit, because they definitely might not be as confident as they were possibly, like, losing that last game, but it was an absolute nail-biter of a game as well. Pine trying to see what they can do to try to get a pick on the Beef. They can't get the pick. They have to jump back. Abyss is sitting here on the wall here. If Beef throws a torpedo, they'll know that they're there, but now, Beef definitely does see them now. But now Abyss tries to go and gets picked. Crab Tank comes out, 2 are down. Possibly make that a third question mark? Yes, make it 3. And for the side of Grace Fieldhouse, a very strong start for them already.
Oh yes, and then they take that decav out, which is huge for pushing up here. They just need to get another pick, which they do. That's 2 down. They need to move up and get both of those balls in to get the point here. But they're not pushing up. I don't think they can. They get another kill on the decav, which again is huge, but they just can't get it. Oh, the jump! Someone made that top right. It looks like they get the ball in, which is it's a decent first push. They just need to capitalize off it, but they can get the second ball in too, which is amazing. Great first push.
That is definitely some really big insurance for the side of Grace Fieldhouse, because that for getting only the one claim is really, really nerve-wracking possibly. H&A does get the reversal onto the Splash-O-Matic. I don't think Jeff can say that. So, but regardless here, 5-4 Encore, they definitely have their work cut out for them already. Like a lead this early, but the added benefit of that, though, is that they still have so much time left in the game. 3.5 whopping minutes of this game to be played still, and with the economy really in their favor right now, that you see K with Sugal needing only one more claim to try to get in. Oh, they get the pick on the Beef. They catch out Beef, but they see the claims down there. I don't think they can get it. They're I'm not sure what they're firing at exactly, but it seems to work out as well. They get the one claim in, but they can't get the throw. 5-4 Encore unfortunately is not able to get it, and 3 go down. Grace Fieldhouse is holding firm. They are denying any chance for 5-4 Encore right now.
Yeah, it looks like 5-4 Encore actually looks a little bit like I can't really explain it. They just look a little bit tired, I think. I think that they're like, they can't quite get something moving here. They can't quite get their specials up and push in with them. They need to get something coordinated here. They should take a breath, reset, and move in, I think, to get something moving, to counter what Grace Fieldhouse is putting up right now.
Yeah, we see Pine goes down as well. We saw the decap go down as well. The Splash has to be very careful against the heavy splatling there. They are trying to do whatever they can. The Wave Breaker is out. The Cooler is out as well, but it's really far away. Pine does get up to grab it. They get the pick. They go down themselves. So then it's 2 down. It's 3 down now for 5-4 Encore. It is just a bit remaining. And with this wiper there, they pop the ball, but they get the trade out. But that is a delayed wipe for the side of 5-4 Encore. But to their advantage, though, mind you, Grace Fieldhouse still doesn't have a lot of claims, but now we're starting to see the economy starting to bolster up into the side favor of Grace Fieldhouse.
Absolutely, and I really do think that Grace Fieldhouse, they have all of the map control in the world. They just need to get all of the clams basically in their possession, and then just do what they do best in killing them. But it looks like 2 down went inside a 5-4 Encore. Their bow goes down, which is huge. Can they win? No, they cannot win that fight.
I thought I saw it for a minute. Did I see a splash? Did I see the splash running Squid? Is one of them running Squid with this right now? I thought I saw the kill recap. Yes, actually, thank you, Square Streamer. They are running Ninja Squid. Very interesting to think about the fact that they are running Ninja Squid here, but for the side of Grace Fieldhouse, I mean, it's working for them. So, like, I mean, like, what more can you say, honestly? We see Beef down here in the far right pit. They have to jump out just in order to eliminate any crit. We see Pine goes down, another Dapple goes down. There's the Crab as well. 2 go down for the side of 5-4 Encore. K is caught out alone with a Crab tick, and they cannot go. They cannot do anything. Grace Fieldhouse puts another clam in. Here come the clams as well for Grace Fieldhouse. More clams possibly on the way here. We see 7 with the splash. Pine goes down. I don't think they even grab the cooler there. They grab the cooler. They throw it in as many clams as they can. They get all 7, and there's the wipeout for Grace Fieldhouse. They're getting more clams in, and the more clams are spawning for them. We see some more on the top right there with the counter down to 12. This could be possibly the game-ending push. We see more get down. Just a splash, and you need 2 more. Oh, it's just 1 more clam!
That is insane, that last push there. And if 5-4 Encore wants to take this game, potentially, they're going to have to really pull something out. I don't even think it's possible, honestly, with the amount of clams that spawn.
No, with the amount of clams and the amount of time that they have left, there's so much that has to go right in their favor. But with the Dapples going down once again, the Dapples have been taking a lot of fights and they keep going down. It's not exactly good for the side of 5-4 Encore because their cooler output is not as well as good as it can be. Though, look at the bits here going up on the top left with that decap. They get shut down though, basically instantly. Pine trying to get any picks of Angel. Last 5 seconds remaining. Overtime is going to be happening here because 5-4 Encore has a power cleanse in, but no, the carrier goes down. It is the wipeout, and oh my god, Al, we're going to game 5.
This is actually insane. I cannot believe what I'm seeing here. It just... Grace Fieldhouse just putting a demonstration of how Clamblitz should be played. And there's another wipeout. Like, good night. I think we're seeing a completely different side of Grace Fieldhouse than we were seeing in the beginning. They're a lot more confident. They're working together. They're punishing Encore a lot more than they were earlier. Like, they've definitely really shown us what they're truly capable of.
Oh my god. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that it was 2-0 5-4 Encore. It was 2-0.
I can't even talk. It's like 2-2 now. Like, this is huge. And 5-4 Encore is really probably shaking in their boots trying to figure out, you know, what can I do? Like, we picked 2 of our maps that are in our favor. We've lost both of them. Like, what can we do? And I feel like from the way that they're playing, I don't feel like they're playing confidently. I think they're really nervous, which is totally understandable. And I feel like that is what Grace Fieldhouse is really getting fueled off of. They're just punishing them for all their mistakes because they're playing, you know, scared and, you know, nervous about losing.
Yeah. Okay. The thing here that I still want to kind of touch back on the fact that, like, you know, like they lost that, like both teams have beaten each other on the other team's counter picks as well. But the advantage that 5-4 Encore has is that they get the extra counter pick because the first game was a given. Barnacle and Diamond Zones was guaranteed. Then we see Grace Fieldhouse pick counter pick Macklemore Tower. 5-4 Encore wins that. They then pick. Or actually, no, they counterpicked again to Mahi Resort. They win that. So then it's 5-4 Encore's turn to counterpick. They pick Crabblade Clams. Grace Fieldhouse wins that. So now we're looking at this 5-4 Encore, like, pressure is, like, this is where definitely, like, pressure is definitely, like, at its boiling point. Like, the pipes are about to burst right now.
Oh, it's Splat Zones on Robo Ramen. I think this could be anybody's game because this is definitely a huge map in favor of 5-4 Encore. This is a heavy map here. And, you know, Decaf really thrives when it starts to get around into its choke. So I'm really excited to see how Grace Fieldhouse could potentially work off of this. I do think Bo here, because Heavy has to basically expose itself itself to paint zone, I feel like Bo could potentially still be really solid here.
Yeah, and also the fact that we have to be careful with the lower grounds, the sneaky flanks that Pine. We see Pine going a lot for a lot of those flanks, trying to pick fights. But one of the things we saw in that last game is that we saw the fact that Grace Fieldhouse, every time that we saw Pine try to pick a fight, they kept going down so much, which really honestly hurt the cooler output for 5-4 Encore. Even if Dapples has a very cheap cooler, I think it's like 170 points for special right now, if I'm not mistaken, or it's like 180. But point being, it's a cheap cooler. But if you keep picking fights on on also a weapon that's a lot known to like go and pick fights, and you keep going down, and it hurts your cooler output, all of a sudden, like for 5-4 Encore, their defense and offense might not be as ironclad as we saw in the first 2 games.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm really intrigued to see how 5-4 Encore is going to regroup here, because Pine's trying to do what he does best and flank, but it's just not quite working into Grace Fieldhouse. They're doing very good at punishing it, so I'm excited to see if they reevaluate what they're doing and then potentially work off something else.
Yeah, no, like there's so much to be done here. They do elect to stay with that crab. They stay with the bow. 5-4 Encore doesn't pick it. Game 5 of Grand Finals. Winner take all. We're on reverse sweep watch right now for Grace Fieldhouse. But on our opening draw here, we see Abyss going on the sneaky flank. We see Pine helping out. There is going to be, they drop down for the possible flank as well. We see Angel sitting here with that bow. They pop the cooler as well. They try to pick a fight with Beef. They can't paint up that block exactly. The first person is to fall. It is the Decapitator for the side of 5-4 Encore. 3 go down now for 5-4 Encore. That's a win now!
I didn't even know what was going on. I thought that, for a second, I thought Beef was going to go down, then I saw the chumps come out, and all of a sudden, it's just, everything's in their color. What happened? Like, I think what happened was their heavy potentially could have went down to their bow. I couldn't tell, but unfortunately, that splash does go down, but it doesn't matter, because, Beef's here with the hammer, where he gets a nice little flick throw on Daps there. That is a crazy, but he does go down to K.
Yeah, no, this is very dangerous. Abyss does get the trade out. There's 2 down on the side of Grace Fieldhouse, and that does give 5-4 Encore the chance to get back into control of the zone. Pine being very aggressive. They want that splat on Angel. They're trying to do whatever they can to do it. Splash gets a big pick onto Abyss. They pop the crab tank as well. This is a lot of extra added side pressure. Beef pops and gets the flow aura. It is just H&8 remaining, and you see Grace Fieldhouse. They're chasing them like hounds right now. And for the side of 5-4 Encore, both Splatanas go down for the sides of both teams, but now it is time for possibly 5-4 Encore to make another comeback. Cooler comes out. Pine gets the pick onto Beef as well. They get back into control of the zone, and with a relatively smaller penalty, this could be going back. This is so back and forth already.
Yeah, and you see Pine there trying to get a pick, but it doesn't work because Beef just barely manages to get that final shot on him. And unfortunately for their splashes, that's 2 down for Grace Fieldhouse, where he does get a hammer kill, and 1 looks like he fell down, so they potentially could start moving up and getting, some more real estate here. And the lead does go to 5-4 Encore. And I guess the Gal does go down too. Did he get the Stamper? Stamper? I just listed every single other sword there. The decap. I'm just in my boots right now. This is insane.
No, you and me both. We're fighting so hard to try to think what we're going to say. 5-4 Encore does say this, and they did swipe the lead from the side of Grace Fieldhouse, but Grace Fieldhouse has been playing very dominant. The heavy goes down to the splash as well. The hammer throw, the chumps are all coming out, trying to make sure that they're trying to do whatever they can. This also could be a bit of a more heavy lockout map as well. Well, the decap goes down from behind as well. There is going to be the lead swap for the side of Grace Fieldhouse. For the side of 5-4 Encore, this is very dangerous. Trade comes out as well. Heavy pops that wave breaker, trying to do whatever they can. They force the zone possibly into neutral. They get back in the cap of the zone. A big moment of respite for the side of 5-4 Encore, and especially with everybody bunched up there, then we see the crab tank. The heavy is going to go down as well. They don't even, do they know Pine's behind them?
I don't think so. This Pine could make something work here, but I think they're spotted. They do announce 3 down for 5-4 Encore, and I'm noticing it looks like 5-4 Encore just isn't quite fighting together, which is where they're going wrong. If they could just fight more together, start winning more team fights, I think that would have helped them out a little more, because Grace Fieldhouse is very coordinated right now in what they're doing.
Yeah, they are extremely coordinated. We see Beef just like slamming the hammer down just as a bit of an intimidation tactic onto Pine, and it does keep Pine at a distance. H&8 drops down. I'm not sure if this is the best place you want to be for a heavy splat lane right now. They do keep the zone in neutral. They get back into control of the zone. They are attacking back more towards getting rid of their penalty. They have a very good hold here. They have a lot of picks down. They have the cooler out as well. And with the penalty now gone, but 2 go down right there from the crab tank as well. This is possibly a bit of a zone, might be a zone flip here, and it will be for the side of Grace Fieldhouse, but everybody is now back for the side of 5-4 Encore. Abyss popping that bubble, trying to do what they can to get the zone back into their control. Deep sharking here with his Viper, getting close to another Ultra Stamp. They're so close, like, there's so much, both these teams, like, I can barely say anything out like this. This is so deep.
I've noticed, two go down for both sides. Khabib just get in with Hammer and, kill them all chaos. No, that's totally fine. Just, you have to paint over that heavy. I think the heavy actually isn't quite hitting zone enough. They're kind of just going for kills, where he does get a trade there. Can they get this kill on heavy? This needs to be done. And, okay, can they do this? I can't talk. This is so back and forth right now. This is insane.
Yeah, and the fact that Grace Fieldhouse is now through their penalty, but right as we say that, they'll 5-4 Encore say, nope, you're getting a penalty tacked on. They only get 1 extra point to their score. But with 30 seconds remaining, both of these teams are so evenly matched right now. HA so low on health, but for 5-4 Encore, they're so close. Their penalty is basically gone, but no, a lot of chunk comes out, a lot of paint. They keep control of the zone though, and the penalty is gone. The paint is getting put out. The Grace Fieldhouse with 12 seconds remaining gets back into control of the zone. This is going to be the final push out by. This is going to determine who is going to come out on top here. Nobody is home for the side of 5-4 Encore. Abyss, one blast, mad dash for the zone. Zone's the neutral, but it's not enough.
The reverse sweep from Grace Fieldhouse. Oh my gosh.
Ladies and gentlemen, miracles can and do happen. For Grace Fieldhouse, they get the reverse sweep, and they are your champions of Shark Tank Shallow Waters Homeland Edition number 9. Oh my god.
I'm out of breath from that, dude. This was an absolutely insane set, because 5-4 Encore in the very beginning, they were very coordinated. They were very, they were very dominant, and their flanks were working, and everything that they were trying to do was going according to plan. But then something clicked with Grace Fieldhouse, and all of a sudden, they were just completely taking over and not letting 5-4 Encore do anything of what they wanted to do.
Yeah, like we saw them, like after they counterpicked the Mahi Mahi, they say, okay, why don't we try the bow here and see if that does anything. The bow, honestly, I think that was one of the big X factors that they switched over that bow. It helps with a lot of paint, and it also gets a lot of extra chip, especially on that heavy splatting, and it worked out so much in their favor. They see Crab like, okay, we know we want to try to possibly play like a crab weapon or something. If the Crab Charger doesn't work, then we switch to the Splash-O-Matic, and that works out as well. And now then, once they stuck with that comp after the counter pick, and then all of a sudden, now Grace Fieldhouse, they came out on top. The reverse sweep, what came online, and they will earn the gold Shark Tank badge, and just the absolute mayhem of this set. Like, this was the one, all I can say, peak cinema.
Absolutely. Like this, I did not expect that massive reverse sweep and the complete change in roles of what happened. Like 5-4 Encore coming off super strong, and then Grace Fieldhouse coming in and showing them like, hey, this is what we can actually do. We can control everything you're doing, and just switching one weapon can basically destroy your entire comp. And like you were saying, that bow being able to just constantly apply pressure and paint and just keep poking at their heavy was absolutely huge.
Oh, man, like the amount of chip damage that they could put, like you said, there's so much of it. It was actually insane. Like just seeing the absolute role reversal that we had. I thought honestly going into Game 3 that this was going to be a dominant showing from 5-4 Encore, but no, Grace Fieldhouse had something else to say. And with that being said, they will take home the victory in an absolute insane match.
Yeah, and if you remember in the beginning, that splat zones on Barnacle and Dime, that's where Pine managed to get in and get that 6-kill, whatever happened, flank behind the enemies. And then all of a sudden at the end there, it was just a complete, like I said, role swap. Like I'm flabbergasted at what happened. Also, shout out to Maya, because she was behind the scenes working really hard, and she wanted me to shout her out.
Yeah, and also shout outs to Alfine, who is our streamer and spec cam for today as well. But unfortunately, that is the end of the tournament. That is going to be it for us as well. But as per normal commentator tradition, it's always like the one thing that the commentators always got to do. Alibi, where can the community find you?
They can find me over at twitch.tv/Alabiz. That's the only really social I have, to be honest. You could catch me there occasionally streaming, X rank or us doing challenges, or maybe soon I might play Tomodachi live. So you might catch me there. You never know.
The Tomodachi grind never stops. Yeah, but as for me, you can see me over at ej46spl.bluesky.social, and then also at electroj46 on Twitter and Twitch as well. Twitter, obviously, I'm not really the most active over there, but you'll most likely see me on Twitch. I've been doing a lot of streaming lately. I'll be streaming tournament runs, any like challenges, or just me crashing out over X rank, because that's just unfortunately what X rank is becoming for me at this point. But other than that, we thank you guys all so much for coming out for the support today. As always, shout outs to Tios, and always shout outs to all you guys as well for coming out as well. Our next Shark Tank is going to be an NA based one. I'm not sure exactly when it is. I don't know if it's going to be this coming Monday or the next Monday, but be on the lookout in the announcements tab over in the Shark Tank server or anything, and also be on the lookout for any other related tournaments for Shark Tank like Deep Waters or Rising Waters as well. But for the time being, that will do it for us. We thank you guys all so much for watching, and we will see you guys all next time.